example, maybe morning 7 o'clock. Example, morning 7 o'clock. Some of few of us in class, we want to in before 7. We plan to build them become a good habit. Uh, those they come in late lah. We want to solve their problem because production sort of preventing my technicians sometimes not in time go to support. The 7 plus only go to support. I'm training today. Nanti I see you. Okay.
Okay,
So
so basically, you don't have a solution for this because you're
uh,
still saying that they are coming late.
uh,
There is no
uh,
plan in place yet, or is there a plan?
the plan to solve their late we, we plan 7 o'clock either me or still in charge captain. We every morning want to before 7 I want to be a test lab and then inform them every day 7 I want to have a short meeting. So want to practice them daily and daily become every morning they will think in class already waiting. So after practice sometime, hopefully they can become a habit. So on time they will be inside the production. Is it okay?
Um,
This is the plan lah.
okay. Does anyone have any opinion, or would you like to suggest
Okay.
a different solution, or do you agree with Liang?
Welcome everyone.
I think this problem is tardiness of the technicians, right? Coming late, correct?
Ah ah
They don't support on time for the engineers,
yeah.
right?
Mm.
So anyone
Didn't support on time for production.
for production, okay, yes.
Production.
So I'm very sure all of you can relate to this problem because I had inspiration chats with all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, who can give Young's this particular issue?
Welcome everyone.
Anyone at all?
Yeah, I say something. Maybe Leong, you can call them to communicate one-on-one and give some motivation about the late come, late in. Maybe can cancel.
Okay, both of you said motivation. How would you motivate someone to come earlier?
Maybe can ask why they coming late. Asking why. Maybe they have a problem something. Maybe from the problem, maybe you can advise because sometimes people say I'm coming late because of the raining. I'm coming late because of the traffic jam. Something you can give a suggestion. Come early. Maybe the raining time you come. You need to wear something you give some idea because I have experience in a previous company. They said I'm late because morning come to work. I go to a Shell station to fill up the queue. They are the queue up. I'm advising why never before going back after work. You fill up the queue, stand by. Then in a weekend you can service your motorbike or car. Everything make sure there's a good condition. Something like that. So you need to ask why they coming late. So something maybe you can help them to avoid the problem. This is a why my suggestion.
Yeah, I agree with Siva because Leong, I do not think you have had conversations with your technicians why they are coming late to begin with. Do you know the source? Do you know
Correct.
the reason why they are coming late?
Okay, I fully agree with you. We don't we can say sometime 1 month or 2 months only call one time meeting with them. So very less communication with them.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes. So you see the issue here, we don't know the real story why.
Mm.
So that's
Mm.
why we're not able to come up with a very solid solution. Because like see, Siva said, like he knows someone went because they went to the petrol station. It's because he constantly has communication with them, right? So I think
Right.
Leong, in this situation, you need to talk to the people. You need to
Correct. Correct.
communicate more and more often.
Correct. Correct.
Yes. In terms of motivation, yes, when you talk more, you will
Mm.
actually come up with a different solution. Anybody else has a different
Thank
solution
you.
to this problem before we move on to the next person? Anyone else wants to add? Maybe you have a different, you are more creative, you know how to solve this. But now we learned that Leong lacked communication, so he did not know the real reason.
Mm.
So, guys, communication is very essential. Remember, for a leader, what we have learned, communication is very essential. Kino spoke about servant leadership. One of the essential characteristics of servant leadership is constant communication, and later we'll talk about feedback. But constant communication with your people is part of servant leadership. Okay, so we spoke about that. So you see, from one actual situation, we learned one of the things that was taught in class. Servant leadership, one of the characteristic is constant communication with your people. Try to find out, get down into knowing why things are happening, not just assume or make um, your own judgment. Talk to them, then you will find out. So Leong, you
Okay,
got
sir.
the solution?
Mm. Okay, sir. Get the point.
All right, and
Thank you.
if I'm not mistaken, you said you had a second issue also, right, that you spoke
Ah,
about?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Second issue is support the production also very reluctant. And third issue is we want to bring back the technician support back test engineer. So the one all have to properly plan and more communication to them why they reluctant or slow respond to production. Because once slow respond to production, the downtime will be high, more than our KPI, and also the productivity of production will be affected. So this kind of issue we have to quickly fix it. So I think the first step is like just now Siva and say improve the constant communication with our subordinate.
Okay, for your second and third issue, they are reluctant and not effective. Does anyone have any input? Maybe those who are
Yeah.
different teams or those who have dealt with, I mean, all of you deal with production, but those who technicians who are reluctant to help with production. Is it part of their job description? It is, right? Definitely.
Yes. It's a daily task, routine task. I think I supervisor Sachi keep feedback to my one of colleagues about
Okay.
this, right? Sachi, am I right?
Right. So, Sachi, would you like to share what
Yeah.
probably would be a solution for them being reluctant to help or they are not as effective? What would be your input?
Test the down cannot up, something like that.
Oh, okay. That's the down maybe is too technical. Maybe a new technician they not have that kind of knowledge to troubleshoot to solve the issue. So that one we need to look at also. That one in terms of training lah should be. Yeah, previously
All right.
yeah in Festool I saw there's a few technician newly joined. So sometimes they never encountered this tester down before. So it's quite tough for them to solve in the minimum time. So maybe further training needed for their for understanding and also improvement.
So,
All right,
yeah,
Sachi.
that's good feedback from someone outside your team.
Mm,
Or I'm not sure,
mm.
same team, all right?
Actually, it's correct. Must have provide engineer must have provide them the training as well. Yeah,
So,
that's
Leong, can
correct.
you So Leong, now your targets are to set meetings with your technicians. One,
Mm, mm,
number two is as the technicians come in or every week you could do a toolbox meeting with them just to
Mm.
run, new things that you can train them on or upskill. You know,
Mm.
toolbox meeting is something that you do every morning, like 15-20 minutes before
Mm.
you kickstart your work. You can
Mm.
tell them, okay, come in earlier, and then what run through in terms of upskilling their knowledge or teaching them something new. You can do this kind of thing. So you can do it on a daily basis, or you can even do it on a weekly basis.
Yes.
We
Yeah. Good.
can do it, Leon.
Okay. Noted.
All
All
right.
right. Thanks, Sachi. Thanks.
Cool, cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
welcome, welcome.
So Leon, are you done?
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Can give chance
All
to
right. So
other.
anyway, we won't go and do too many things. So Leon, you have
Yeah.
your things to do already, yeah?
Yes. Yes. I dropped
Right.
down already.
All right.
Thank you
And
so much.
so what we will do later on from all these two things when you jot down, right? So for each one
Mm.
of you, so
Mm.
kindly pay attention. We will set goals.
Mm.
Remember, Tino
Mm.
talked about goals and how you do it the smart way, SMART.
Mm.
So from what now your issue is, these two things now is Leong's milestone. He
Mm.
needs to solve this and achieve this goal,
Okay.
right? So we are going to track this progress in the next class, in the next reflective session. So that's how this whole thing works as a group reflective session. We come up with an issue all our peers are facing, come up with a solution, and then we will track in the next class.
All right.
Everyone got how it works,
All
right?
right,
So
sir.
who's
Yeah.
going to share something that happened or an
Thank
issue
you. Thank you.
facing? Thank you, Leon.
Thank
Anyone
you.
wants to share something they are facing at work, or you don't know how to solve something, or you went through something you want to share and then how you solved it? Next person, who's going to share? Siva, you, was that you? Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay.
All right.
Regarding the developing and the tracking system for urgent and important, important not urgent. So I'm doing one part from work from home. The part is urgent and very important. So what I lesson learn from I'm doing from work, then something feedback from then saying that is a not correct way doing the important job from the home. So what I did is actually there's a training telling that stop asking why rather than asking how. But then I'm asking why make is my mistake already. Then from the lesson last week during my holiday times, so I have one scenario. So uh, what there's a lesson now. I'm stop asking why. Now I'm doing asking how to manage. So, so from that, even though I'm learning, but I did some mistake. Then I go through the slide. Then what supposed to do? Then supposed to I'm asking how, not asking why. So this scenario is helping me also. Huh? If I'm holiday weekend time, I no worries about the job. It's happy to me also. So
Okay, Siva. So what was wrong with what you did? You said urgent and all for working from home. What was
actually, it's actually my mistake because my downline people, I actually he can do, but I never give task to do that job.
so your
Uh,
subordinate? You made him work from home.
I'm doing from home, but it's
Uh,
a my
your 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 downline is working from home.
no, I'm doing from home, but downline
Okay.
at the office in a warehouse.
All right.
So they are communicate with me to do some paperwork from home. Then I'm
Okay.
do from home. Actually, I'm supposed to do train them. Even if I'm on leave, they can support me. So
Okay.
what I did is I'm from home. So, something something what they said I cannot do from home. Uh, it is a very sensitive one, but it's a correct way what the management said. I cannot because this value, high value part cannot without verification the physically cannot do from the home. It's a correct. Some mistake. So from the
Okay.
mistake I lesson learned. Then now I go for asking how now.
Okay.
This someone lesson to me. Then I go through
Okay.
our slide. It's a
All
good
right.
for me
So,
also. Thank
so
you.
how are you going to solve this issue by coming up with a new SOP
Mhm.
when you are on leave or when you're working from home?
Yes.
How are you going to
Yeah.
solve it?
Yeah. I already from the 2 days I give my subordinate training with proper training and the documented also the training documented I already done yesterday. 1 2 days I follow up how to do if I'm on leave. They're doing correct way. Then what do you call? I assist. If let's say I'm on leave, I assist to them without any documented work from home. But I may see how to do. If let's say there's a very top urgent, somebody from the top level management need to guide and approve. So they can do now properly if I'm on leave.
Okay. So
Then
picking up from your solution, Siva, there's an
yes,
important thing you mentioned about documentation, documenting when you're training. Leon,
yes,
please take note as well.
Okay.
Document your processes and your SOP so that when someone is not around, when you are not around, your downline still can follow because they have a manual. If the manual also they don't follow, then it's not your fault. But
yes,
now, without a manual, without proper training, you cannot blame your downline. You cannot say they are not right
yes. I
because
did
you
mistake. That's
correct,
why I don't
correct.
do again.
I'm saying
Correction.
in general, now Leon will go and he'll do training. He'll say, I already told you, but there's no document. With no document, there's nothing for them to refer to. You see, as human beings, we need something to refer to. You tell us once, it'll take time. You tell us twice, it'll take time. Then you start getting frustrated as leaders because you'll be like, I told you 101 times already. The easier way is you do one training and then you document the processes and SOPs. When you document it clearly, then they get something to refer to fall back. So that you're not around, also they don't need to call you 100 times. They can just refer to this document. So it's very, very, very good sharing that you said you have already documented the processes, Siva. So Leon, please also take note, make sure when you're doing training or you're teaching your technicians or motivating, when you are doing the SOPs and processes, please document that. This goes to everybody as well. As a leader, that is your responsibility to guide and remember the servant leadership. Another characteristic, you need to be empathetical. You need to think, okay, if someone tell me once, would I be able to understand fully and follow 101% or not? Or do I still need to refer? But if they need to refer, what do they refer to? You need to help them with the documentation. No need to be high level documentation. Maybe a few steps, a Word file, something like that. Something that will help because it'll make your life easier. So one time you have a document, you store it in your team's WhatsApp or whatever, they can refer. They don't need to come to you 101 times. You won't get frustrated. Okay?
Okay,
All
sir.
good? All right. Mr. Siva, done? Is that the only thing?
Yes, yes, doctor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right. Anyone else wants to give their opinion on what could be done differently? If I'm not mistaken, or correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Siva is talking about, some of you, if you work from home, how are your downlines going to continue work? Or if you're not at work, how are they going to continue? Anyone got a different solution besides um, training your downline, documenting the processes? What else can you do? Anyone has any input, or we can go to the next person to do their sharing. Anyone? We'll count to 10 and then after that we'll move on. If anyone has any input they want to share, additional input. Yes, no? Okay.
Not from my side.
Okay. So next person to share anything that happened, something you solved, any achievements. Guys, remember, it doesn't mean you're showing off if there's achievement. It's something peers should be proud of because you're leaders. So you should strive to achieve. So achievements also you can share or something you even failures because later you'll watch a video which I'll show you. In that video they say fail big. When you fail big, there are a lot of learning that you'll get by failing big. So even something that you did and it didn't work out, tell us what you did wrong and that what you learned from it. You no need to share only success stories, something you did right. Like Mr. Siva said, okay, it was my fault. It's good to own up because when you own up, you will learn. And when you learn, you will know, okay, next time I won't do that already, or I will do it differently. So it is not only success stories that we're talking about. We're talking about failing, about not doing it right, or friction, losing my head. Maybe I got angry, I shouted, or I acted harsh, whatever I did. Any stories, share it because everyone will learn from it. In these two sharings from Leong and Siva itself, it was interconnected and we could take a learning from Mr. Siva and give it to Leong because he's about to embark on training the technicians, right? So we told him he needs to document that process so that he doesn't need to repeat the training 101 times. So please share, please be generous to share your achievements or failures or something that didn't go right or something that you're currently facing that is irritating you because you don't know how to solve. You never know, one of your peers has the solution and you may get it in this reflective session. So please, who's next? Anyone? If no one, then I will just start picking. Tajuddin, I see your hand up. Thank you.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning. Okay, I just want to share two things. One is a delegation job and another trust people. Delegation job and trust people.
Wait, what's the first one? Delegation.
Delegate the job.
Okay.
Delegate job and trust people.
Trust people, Trust.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. What's your first on delegation?
Okay. Previous I doing my own planning, on schedule planning, because I have a 5 leader reporting to me. Okay. Always I doing my planning and then I will pass to them to follow. But now I delegate all the planning to them. They will plan their own, will come up the planning and refer to me and follow up to me. This one is like some already less my. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Then already delegate them the planning production to them. And then I will follow up with them now. Before that, I will do my own because entire of pyramid I handling all the models. Entire the pyramid I handling all the models. It's like huge models running under me. And then now I delegate all the planning job to my leaders to come up with the planning on their own area and refer to me. And then we have a discussion daily. Daily we have discussion if using the scheduling to carry on, and I trust them to do the planning.
Okay, so what is the point you're trying to tell our peers in this thing, that you delegate and trust? Because these are two characteristics, ladies and gentlemen, in the call. Delegation and trust are two of the biggest enablers for a leader. So what is your point, Mr. Dajurin?
Okay, last time I do my planning my own. Then
Okay.
I found the failure. I found the failure. Never meet the schedule plan.
Okay. Why did
Okay.
it fail? Why?
Because maybe the process of maybe no understand well on the process.
Okay.
The leader here, all senior leaders, they well know of the process.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I come up with this kind of activity. Now I doing daily. I doing this activity. I think that is go so far it's good because I delegate the job and I trust the people. They can do it.
Okay. So I feel this thing, right, is because as a human being we may never know all or everything. And to have that thing that I must know it all as a leader, please get rid of it, that mindset. I must know it all. You can never know it all. In Tajuddin's situation, it is called teamwork. You delegate and you must trust your subordinates or even your peers to actually do well. So in his case, he failed because he thought I must do everything. And now when he delegates, now Tajuddin, everything is smooth, right?
Yeah, so far so good.
So guys, any one of you facing a frustrating scheduling or planning or work planning, maybe you should try talking to your subordinates and see how you can better plan. Maybe when you include your subordinates and you delegate tasks to them, but the only thing is, as a leader, Tajuddin, you said daily you have discussions with them, so you are doing the follow-ups, right?
Yeah, daily I discussing with them. Yeah,
So make sure as a leader you do the follow-ups when you
yeah,
delegate.
yeah,
It is
yeah.
your responsibility. You can't just delegate and say, okay, take care. I
Yeah,
trust
no, no,
you.
no. Daily we follow up. Yeah, we have meeting daily.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Delegation must be coupled with follow-up.
Yep.
And that's what Tajuddin did, right?
Yep.
Kudos to you, Tajuddin. We're clapping. And it's a great sharing. So guys, delegation and trust, very important for leaders. So please, if you can insert that into your tasks, delegate. Because if you take everything 101 things, that's when you will tell people I'm very stressed, I'm very busy, and I've got work piling up because your failure to delegate. And failure to delegate is because you lack of trust. You don't trust your people. Why you don't trust your people? Because they're not good enough to do the job. And why they're not good enough to do the job is because probably they lack training or they lack the knowledge. So it is up to you to upskill them. Leong, it's up to Leong to upskill them. That is why they are reluctant. They are reluctant to go and do the job because probably they lack the knowledge. So
Yes.
as a leader, it's up to you to upskill. It's up to you to give them the tools they need to do the job.
Yes,
Okay?
correct.
So
All
yes,
right.
delegation one side, trust is there, but it's up to you to bring them to that level where you can delegate also. Tajuddin knows his people. He knows they have this knowledge.
Yep.
Then he delegate, but he also does the follow-up.
Yep.
So make sure guys, delegation coupled with follow-up. Once you follow up, everything will be smooth, as in Tajuddin's case. So please, guys. All right. Is that all, Tajuddin?
That's all.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good sharing. Thank you. Next, who's up? Next up, I think all of you get the how this works. The sharing session. So who's sharing next? Who's next? I don't see anyone's hand. Okay, wait. How many people I have here? Okay. So I still see Tajuddin's hand only. Anyone else? I think some of you don't have your cameras on. If you can, please on the camera. Um, it's because we have to report this back to HRDF as well because it's online. So we need your cameras to be on as well. How about, okay, she's on the phone. How about we get Sui Chin, Lim Sui Chin, sharing. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, Switchin, anything that you would like to share?
Mm,
Anything you're facing at work, or a success story, or a failure? Anything? Go ahead.
I failures every day due to operator the attendance is not nice for production to run operator.
So
Hello?
operators attendance, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
2 3 days no come. After that come again give MC. After that behind another 2 days no attend and come again. So
Okay. So how much has it impacted your team or your work?
yeah, many because every day also got 2 3 operator no come. Nothing feedback. All give the reason all is uh can't accept one.
Okay. So what have you done to address this issue? Have you What have you done?
Because we all talk to them, they all give me the unaccepted the reason. After that, we feedback to HR already. HR take action to them. I want to
Okay.
see
So
future
example, what kind of reasons do they give? Because this is for the purpose of learning.
because they 2 3 days no come. After give MC 1 day,
Mm-hmm.
another 2 days no come again. On the between give MC after only turn back. So
Oh,
they say the got sick what unaccepting reason. And someone
okay,
again say her father bring her father go to hospital to take the medicine.
okay,
But only 1 day but before and after also not come. So I cannot convince them. So I prepare to HR lah. HR take action to them. I want to see future how they are next week or how they attendance because yesterday HR already called them
okay. So you
and give
saying that they are missing for 2 3 days, but they only give
mm,
you one AMC.
yeah.
Okay.
On
Um,
the later MC say yesterday today coming MC on yesterday. Before that no MC.
okay. I'm opening this issue to the floor to any one of you, because even when I spoke to most of you who supervise operators, um, how have you solved this issue? Because it seems to be a operator tardiness or attendance was mentioned a lot of times, and it does affect your production. What have you done, or what have you taken in terms of action, or come up with a new solution, or come up with a system to address this? Anyone care to give their input? Because it would be a serious issue in terms of production not going on time, right? So anyone care to weigh in on this operator tardiness?
Huh?
Anybody? Yeah, Liam.
Yeah. Siu Jin,
Hmm?
maybe can try personal one-to-one in the meeting room, understand their problem and give them the advice.
Yeah, I got call some I got talk to them because
Oh,
they
okay.
all not coming, not talk to me. Only I go to find they all give the unaccepted the reason. But because
Uh,
this happen all for the new girl, new operator all.
new employee lah.
Yeah, but one of them got come to me after she absent. You come to me say sorry. This one I can accept because she personally come to me for the first 2 days. They don't come. They come to me and give me MC. Also say sorry. Also this kind of reason I can accept. But
Mm.
so they all for 3 4 operator I can accept it.
Mm.
Continue. Another
Oh,
one is every week will absent 1 day. Only
yeah.
come come 1 month. 4 week 4 week 1 day MC 3 day absent. Every week
Oh,
3 day working only. This
I
one
think
I
yeah. Susie, I think you don't give up yet. Just
yeah no give up. I got it.
continue, try
Yesterday
again.
HR already take action to them for one later all.
Oh, Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, so could you enlighten us, switch in? Once they give warning letter, what happens?
Sorry.
I mean, after HR gives this person a warning letter, what would
Yeah.
happen next?
Because today only first day, they all coming. I want to see filter lah. Another what next week see how they all.
And
Because
how many
HR,
warnings? How many
yes, sir.
warnings? How many warnings would they get until they are dismissed?
Yesterday first time only.
Or first time? So how many times
Yeah,
they
yeah.
can do this? How many times they can do this?
At least 3 times got.
3 times lah.
But the HR got tell me this one you give them chance for some warning. If
Mhm.
they don't want to follow, we'll take again action to them.
Okay.
Okay, I just
Yes.
said in regarding the warning letter, depend on
Yes,
case.
tapi you know
The first warning letter, second warning letter, third warning letter depend on case. Is it the cheating case? Maybe the warning letter is different already.
Okay.
The cheating case. Sometimes they take today this week they take A clinic. Next week they go to B clinic. Next day they go to C clinic. This one is a different case already. They're going to different clinic. This one need to take the action already.
Okay. Anyone else care to give a solution that something that can be done by switch in to, okay, let's say now she's in, we take the current situation, warning letter already given. Now at this point, what can switch in do so that maybe this doesn't repeat or doesn't become worse, this situation? What can she do? Because see, as a leader, you need to intervene. You need to come up with something. That's why you're a leader. You have extra responsibilities. You are a leader. You have to do something about it. You cannot wait for it to repeat because that is a leader. A good leader needs to do something about it. So who can tell or come up with a solution? What can we do now? One warning letter given. Now, what can switch in? Maybe a proposed suggestion that she can do at this point to this employee or employees, if there's more than one. Anyone have any suggestion? Or even switch in, what do you plan to do? Do you have any plan in place so that this person doesn't become worse or doesn't lead to termination? Because you see, why I'm saying this is when it leads to termination, the one on the losing end is you all, because you lose a headcount one. Then your work back to square one. So everyone suffers again. So how can you stop it? How can you curb this issue? Do you have a plan, switch in?
Didn't think yet.
You don't have anything in mind, anyone can help, because this is the purpose of this reflective session, that we come as a group, put our ideas together and come up with a possible solution to help one another. Anyone have any suggestions? And please bear in mind, all these are suggestions. We can talk about it, we can weigh the pros and cons. After that, it's up to you whether you want to implement. Everyone has an opinion that we want to hear. So please feel free to share your opinion, what you think may happen, or you have done something in your department that you would like to share. For all you know, maybe switch-in can implement the same thing. Or how have you done it with your subordinates? Anybody, please do share.
Hello, Sachi here. So I just want to suggest
Yes.
the way normally I will handle for the attendant issue operators. So first, we need to make them aware of the consequences when they receive the warning letter. They need to understand first what is the consequences if they receive multiple warning letter end up to termination. But now I see the newcomers, right? I think they don't care about the warning letter. Even sometimes they never come to work, and then we say, "Hey, why you never come to work?" And then what is your reason? Then, okay, if you want to give me absent, you give absent. They can reply until that level.
Oh.
Yeah. So for me, all the operators, I think they are well educated. I think they are understand and aware about their attendance. They are fully responsible for their attendance. So sometimes operator didn't come to work, they fail to inform supervisor until they wait until we go and ask them why didn't come. So this is not correct. For me as an operator, they need to inform supervisor leaders why they cannot make it. At least they inform that they cannot come to work. The reason maybe later they can inform. Even that basic also some operator don't have. So for me, very simple. If let's say they got an issue, I will, as usual, I will report to HR to issue a proper warning letter, then take proper action. Then I will call them personally to tell them if let's say they are still continuing, it will be end up to termination. So after that, the operator need to think herself how to improve that. Yeah, for me, it's very, very simple.
So I think what Sachi is saying is we need to communicate beforehand, because I realized Switchin said something. Most of the new operators are the ones that you have this issue with, right? Most of the new operators. So I agree with Sachi, and I think all of you should take this point into consideration. Communicate with these people because they are new, and I don't think they understand the impact. I don't think they understand the impact. The first thing to communicate with them is the impact of them not attending. Tell them the bigger picture. I don't think they understand the big picture. Give them the big picture
For
because
the
they.
first time, I already tell them, but they all still continue. So I only high up to HR.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. You have to go to HR. If someone is not following the rules,
No,
you
no,
have to.
the operator because for the first time, we already tell them. My senior operator also tell them, but they all still no body for this. Say come to work, come to work. No come also no care.
Yeah, yeah. This one I agree with Switchin because we have some operator they don't care about that. Even supervisor inform them so I don't know whether they are purposely doing that or they have some discipline issue or attitude issue maybe.
Because for the old operator didn't come, he will tell me WhatsApp me really for get the information all. Only for the new operator.
Okay, then what I probably would advise any of you facing this similar situation, because you know what the ending would be, right? If they have discipline issue, still don't care after multiple warnings, you know they at some point they will be dismissed or terminated. So you already know this in advance, right? Maybe you can go and tell HR, okay, this you already told HR. Now, what you need to do is probably plan like, okay, if this person is terminated, how am I going to replace? Or, plan ahead, manpower planning or headcount planning. You need to have all this already pre-planned because you already know this person got discipline issue. The end is that the person will definitely be terminated because they don't care. Like you said, they don't care. So you already know this ahead of time. So now you need to go to HR and ask them and probably talk to them and tell them, I will face this problem. This person is most likely to be terminated. What can we do? Can we replace, or they are going to be terminated means how long to termination? You need to plan around all this. That is what we can suggest as the most plausible solution, because you can't avoid the situation, but you can plan ahead so that you don't suffer after they are terminated. Then only you plan. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, because plan ahead because if you know the result already, because discipline issue, plan ahead. Talk to HR will help, definitely will help. Talk to them. Okay, all good,
Okay,
switching.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next, who's sharing? Who's next on the sharing? If not, I'm going to call. I see so many names in here. Anyone got their hands up? Who's going to share? Anyone? No? Okay, I'm going to call Kak Norliza. Yes, it's your turn. Hello.
Hello. Okay,
Yes,
you hear me?
yes, can hear you
Okay,
now.
I not indirectly implement now. What I mean is I implement for the scheduling task for all the
Yes.
new operators,
Okay.
because recently we're facing a lot of like Chin said, a lot of absenteeism, abscon for new coming operators. What I'm
Okay.
doing now, I see all the new operators, I meet them, I check their background, their past experience, and
Hmm.
where they stay. From there, we allocate them according nearest to their past experience in order
Okay.
for them to make them stay. Because now we receive operator, 5 operator today, tomorrow 3 already left. No more
Hmm.
already, expanded already.
Right.
So now we try to allocate them to the nearest experience they have. If they has background, now I stay as an SMT. If they has background on the SMT, it's a bonus for me. I allocate them easily. But if they don't have totally zero, then we have to check whether their past experience, their work standing, their transport, where they stay. Because we don't want them when they're coming in, they have a problem with transport because they have to go for shift.
Okay, how are you doing this background check? Because I'm sure a lot of them, this is a brilliant idea because you're doing prior check before even hiring.
No, no, no. When they already passed to me, only I
They
check.
already passed to you, then you do background check for
Yes,
scheduling.
yes.
Yeah, so it works, but how are you doing this background check?
When we interview them,
Okay,
before when the HR department pass the operator to us,
okay,
during that time I do background checking.
okay. So you interview one by one, or you interview like a few at a time?
First I interview all whole group because normally they pass to me around 4 or 5 operators only.
Okay,
Whole group from there.
okay.
Then from there, before we send for training, detailed training, we interview them. Then from there, we allocate them.
Hmm. Okay, so guys, what Noleza is doing, yes, for the operators it works, but it doesn't mean it cannot work for any one of you in other departments as well. Because the main thing is communication here. She chose to sit down with the employees to get to know them. In the last class, Tino has told you the leaders need to get to know your subordinates. You need to know who they are, what they can do, what they can't do, what they're not so good at doing. You know why? When you know all this, you will know how to best use this particular subordinate in which area so that you will use them at their optimum, their best. You need to learn about your subordinates. How many of you actually know your subordinates? Remember the first engagement when we did an exercise called getting to know each other. I asked you your name, your favorite actor, actress, leader, this and that. I was trying to get to know you. So now I know you a bit more through that exercise. So what Kak Nurliza has done and applied is she got to know them, who stays near, who has this experience. She got to know the strengths, weaknesses. Later, we will do an exercise called SWOT. Do you guys, as leaders, know your own strengths, weaknesses, what opportunities and threats you have at workplace? We will do a SWOT analysis. It's called a SWOT. So what Nurliza basically has done is a SWOT. Of course, it's not a total comprehensive, but for an operator, she's done the right thing. She has found out, okay, do they have prior experience? Are they experienced in this particular production line? Do they have experience standing? Because it's a 12-hour shift. And all these are factors that affect the job at the end of the day. And she has perfectly done it. So please, guys, superb learning, get to know your subordinates. Get to know your subordinates, not what they like to eat, but what are they good at, what are their strengths, what are they not good at, what is their motivation, what actually motivates them to work, what doesn't motivate them to work. what makes them, depressed or sad. Start talking to them. Of course, don't go into personal issues, but start talking to them about who they are, what is their strength, what is their motivation. Get to know your staff. That is why Kak Nurliza has now, and Kak, have you succeeded in terms of the results are better now?
Result quite better now, even though still have absconded or then but
Okay.
I see that reduced compared to last time.
But the percentage has reduced then?
Yes, yes.
And by how much? When you started doing this practice, how much has the percentage reduced?
Around last
Roughly.
time I received 10 5 is gone because
Okay.
they come to SMT, they worry that there's SMT because standing job and machine operation.
Okay.
Now at least I received 10 around 70 around 20% will be left lah. Depends to the situation. But
Yeah.
they left only, they don't sit on the line yet. They one day they come, they just left.
All right. So we have learned now from Kak Nolisa that you need to get to know your subordinates. So please take note of that. What we have learned so far, guys, is we talk about documenting what you teach your employees, your upskilling, training, you document it, processes, SOPs, because it's a manufacturing line. You're in the manufacturing industry. It's best to document whatever you're trying to teach your employees or whatever extra you have learned, you want to teach them, document it. Store it somewhere accessible for these employees, or even in WhatsApp or something, so that it's accessible for them. We have learned from Tajuddin about delegation and trust, very important. When you delegate, you're not piled up with work, but make sure delegation is delegation is coupled with follow up. And also we talk about trusting our subordinates. In order to trust them, they need to be upskilled. Who needs to upskill them? You are the leader. You are their manager. You are their supervisor. You need to upskill them so that you can trust them to delegate jobs to them. And then we talked about operator attendance. Plan ahead. You already know they're going to get terminated because of discipline issue. Plan ahead. Plan ahead. No, go and talk to HR if you need to. Plan ahead. And then we learn from Kak Nolisa, you need to get to know your subordinates. When you get to know your subordinates, at least they know that actually you care about them also. Remember, servant leadership. Have empathy and get to know your subordinates. All good, guys, so far?
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Richard, can you excuse me for a while? I want to go washroom for a while.
Yeah, no, okay. So what we will do, we'll take a 10-minute, 5-minute break. For those who want to go to the washroom or what, just keep your cameras on, or you want to keep your cameras off. When you come back, just on it again. We'll take a 5-minute break, so we'll resume at 10:15. We'll take an 8-minute break, like 10:15, easier. All right,
Okay.
thanks, guys.
Hi, bro.
Ini.
Okay.
Ana tutup ambil kamera kau tutup.
you? Oh, not back.
Morning, bro.
Hi, morning.
Hey, Myron here.
Yes.
Hey, my laptop without camera, Sorry,
Okay, no worries, no worries.
I already highlight to HR for this.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so everyone back or don't see everyone back yet?
Another thing, bro, I would like to highlight to you. Actually, I'm facing a similar issue, like what you mentioned just now.
Who is it
Bro,
speaking?
Myron here.
Okay, yes, right. Yeah.
Yeah, my problem statement, machine down, recently machine down. So our technician keep on doing is take time, then we teach the technician and we already troubleshoot the machine.
Mm-hmm.
And then she also know already how to repair the machine. The
Okay.
following week happened again, similar issue.
Okay.
But she still struggle to do to up the machine. So
Okay.
what our mistake here is we never documented.
Yeah.
There is no flow chart. So what we did,
Approach.
we implementing procedure and lesson learned.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a similar issue, a similar scenario.
Got it. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, Vairavan mentioned flow chart. So, if it's a process, document it, use a flow chart. Simple ones can be done through PowerPoint, Word. When you document this kind of things, it's easier to refer back. He said
Yes.
in a 1 week time space, it recurred, the issue recurred, and no documents. So, lesson learned.
Lesson learned. Yes.
So make sure you do this. They very important. You do it once, you avoid a lot of problems.
Yeah. Thanks, brother, for this.
No problem. Anything else, Varun, to share? And guys, for those of you who have a camera on your laptop, please do on it because we have to report back to HRDF. So because it's an online class, we need everyone on the cameras. For those of you who do have a camera, so kindly on all your cameras. Right. Okay. So who is next? Vairavan, thank you for mentioning that. So you see, most of you, please do share because you never know there's another peer in need of solutions. So there is no bad sharing or maybe my sharing is not so important. Share, then you will know because your peers would share that some would share the same issue or if it's different issue, but you never know your solution could work for someone else's problem. So please do share. Anyone else? How about Eng Tiong? Chu Eng Tiong. Hello.
Morning.
Morning.
Everyone. Actually, I do not have any subordinate under me as of
Okay.
now. What I learned from Mr. Tino is goal setting, prioritize the most important and urgent. This one is practicing right now for me in the workplace. I think that is a very good tools, good training.
Yeah, you mean the quadrant, right? The four quadrant.
Yes,
Correct.
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to tell everyone how do you implement it? Maybe some of them could learn from because you are using it.
Yeah, I just not physically plan, not stated, not label it on my tray. Actually, I plan to have it on my tray, the most and urgent on the first tray.
So you
Then
plan to have a tray, is it like four
yeah,
trays? Four
yeah,
trays. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
But
Guys, for those of you who are listening, four trays that Eng Tiong wants to have according to the quadrants. So you could do this. Yes, go ahead, Eng Tiong.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. Proceed.
Okay. Think nothing much from my side.
Okay. Okay. So it's just the treeing that you will and label, huh? So that's one of your goals. So by when do you want to do this?
The goal, you mean the this quadrant?
Yeah. When are you going to do these trays? When are you going
Yeah, when I'm back to office, right now I'm still quarantined at home.
All right. Okay. Well, when are you expected back at office?
Monday. Yeah, I think
Okay.
should be on Monday. Yeah.
All right. So we will follow up in the next class then.
Monday or Tuesday lah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Who's next? Who's next for their sharing? It can be a success story, can be a failure, could be something you're currently facing that you're frustrated and can't solve, or you successfully solved something. Who's next for sharing? Anyone? No? Yes? Hello?
Sutin.
Yeah, Sitin, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Yutin, yes.
Yeah, I want to share like just now skill sharing. I learned
Sorry,
how.
Yutin, sorry,
Yeah,
it's a bit muffled, your sound.
is it wearing mask?
I guess so. Why don't you try? You try removing and see.
Can hear my sound or not?
Much better.
Now better.
Much better.
I want to share like just now skill sharing. I learned how to scheduling the myself, which one is the important and urgent,
Yeah.
and which one is the important but not urgent for production line practice.
All right. So how did you do it? Or what did you use it for? Scheduling what?
Because production line normally we are facing unknown happening issue every day.
Okay.
So every
Could you
day
tell us one of the issue that you faced and then how did you solve it using this tool?
material quality issue.
Okay.
So normally material quality issue we immediately highlight to the process engineer.
Okay.
Then get the engineer support so we can settle the issue as soon as possible to avoid the production line down. Then output also not affected.
Okay. So you use this tool to solve this issue lah.
Yeah.
All right. So guys, you can definitely please look into later I'll bring up the slide this quadrants. Please use this quadrant because I hear that quite a number of people are using these quadrants. So it is useful. You'll know how you can use it for your production line in terms of your processes as well. You can classify them according to how important they are, and even not only task wise but process wise also you can use the quadrants. Right, Sutin?
Okay.
Right. Is that all, Sutin?
Another is two-way
Yes.
communication.
Okay, and
Two-way
what?
communication. So I found that the good communication with each other, we can provide the good environment, work environment.
Okay, what was your situation?
In between me and my downline.
Okay, can you tell us about a situation where you used two-way?
Last time normally only like just now we say we just give instruction. Now we two-way communication so you can know what happened on our downline, what happened they happening, they then we can get the center point, then we can get our own, we can
Oh,
own
okay.
our outcome.
So you are saying it's a new learning for you and you will implement moving forward.
Yeah. Last time only we give the instruction to the
Yes.
downline. But now if you do way communication, then you can get a better solution.
Right, right, right. Good, good, good. Thank you for the sharing, and I'm glad you took away some learning from this sharing. Okay.
Okay,
All the best for you implementing it,
okay,
and we'll follow up whether you succeeded or not in the next one. Okay.
okay, okay,
Thank you, Sitin.
okay.
Right. Who's next, guys? Who's next to share any success stories or any current issues you're facing and you want a solution that you would like to share with the group, and probably the group can help you come up with a solution? Anyone have such issues they're facing currently that they need a solution to? Anyone? Hello? Anybody home? Guys, anyone? If not, I'm going to say, okay, let's get, is Logeswaran in the call? Hello. Okay, Logesh is not there. Sachi, did you already share your?
Hello.
You have.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Right.
Sorry.
Right. So Logesh,
All right.
go ahead. Sharing. Let's go. Anything you
Okay.
need help to solve? Anything you're frustrated with currently? Anything?
Okay. Okay. Sure. I'll 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Much better.
Okay. Okay. All right. Just first before that, I'd like to share on recently. They were mentioning about the issues of new operators.
Yeah.
Okay. First thing that I'd like to suggest lah. Okay. Since new operators coming in, they'll have a 3 days orientation or training by HR level. Okay. So when this process goes on,
Wait, sorry, 1 second. You mentioned HR orientation, is it?
yes, it's a HR
Okay.
orientation for 3
Okay.
days before they
Okay.
go for the production line.
Okay.
So during this period, HR should emphasize regarding the issues they are facing, like this attendance, how to work and communicate with them. Another one thing is they should when they communicate with each of one operator by one person to one person, they can know their past experience of that person, that operator. Where is he coming from? Which line previously he was worked? She or he working? So based on that, they can assign the person to the department which is related to here.
Okay.
So this will be easier for the production supervisors to handle them.
Okay.
This one sort of communication at the first level step.
All right.
And also to ensure that when they are going to hire, or get in these operators, the background, they should need to check the background also. How's the attendance in previous workplace? Is it because I was there for the training. They called me for the training, so-called as an ambassador team. They called me for a training also. So I had a 1 hour training. So during my time, my section, I was handling this. So I was so-called communicate. I call one-to-one each of them, ask them their experience and talking with them. So some of them, they are working for at least from one factory to another factory about less than 3 months or 4 months or something like that only. So I'm very sure here also they won't be working that much. So we try to avoid taking like this of people so that our supervisors don't face such problems here.
Okay.
This is what I learned from this orientation for this new operators. Okay, coming back to my place, my side. Right.
Okay.
Previously, when I was, I got two technicians handling them, scheduling them their tasks. So when I mentioned to them, I am get a feedback very less and bad. So what I did, I checked their ability and capable of what they are to do. So I went and talked to them. Then after that, I noticed he is able to do in what job is his ability. Then now I assign him that particular job. And even sometimes I told him, you can communicate with me, although on off days like Saturday, Sunday, you can communicate with me through WhatsApp also, no issue. And this person very less use WhatsApp or never communicate before. So now recently, 1 week started already. Now he's communicating with me with the WhatsApp, all updating me with that. Even now, for me, I feel I can assign him the task already, which he's able to do. I'm getting it better now.
So what did you do differently to get the full potential of this employee?
Okay, what I did, first I talked to him, then I told him how to handle the things all, how to do it. Then I told him that you can communicate with me, although I'm not around, you can communicate with me through WhatsApp. You can start to use the WhatsApp.
Okay.
That's what I did.
All right. So basically you enable communication. Simple
Yes.
step, right?
Yes.
And,
Yes. Yes.
and now your workload is lesser, or you are delegating more?
I'm able to delegate the job to my technicians, and I'm getting I'm able to do other jobs which I need to do.
Yeah, guys. So key point here, simple communication. There's so many tools and technologies available now. All you need to do is just tell your employee, your subordinate, please communicate. That's all Logeshwaran did. That's all Logesh did. Please communicate with me. Because some of them are not going to step up. That's why they are subordinates, they are below you. You are the leader. Talk to them, tell them, approach them. Don't expect them to come and approach you. Because, I mean, one side there's ego, I'm the boss, but please don't have that. Change your mindset. You can go to your employee and tell them, you know what, if you don't know anything, communicate. One simple step Logesh did, and now the employee's potential is realized, his workload is decreased, he gets to focus on more higher priority work, things that doesn't need his attention is now given to another employee, and he can do more important stuff. Correct? Right, Logesh? Right.
Yes. Yeah. I like to say another one thing here.
Yes. Go ahead.
It is about okay. When I'm around here, they are actually both my technician are doing the troubleshooting of the machines. So basically, usually what they used to do, they own troubleshoot straight away, come and call me, Logesh, this one problem, this one issue, this one issue. So what I did, I told the supervisors or line leaders, first go for my technician, let him do first, get him the experience first. If he can't solve, then come to me. Then even the technician, I told him, first try to be in line, try to troubleshoot, do your best first. If you can't, then you try to come to me. So by this method, I feel actually I'm free here now to in my cubicle. They are able to do all the jobs there already.
You see, because and again another great sharing, because when I spoke to some of you, you know, when we had the one-on-one session, the aspiration chat with most of you, a lot of you say you were, and I remember Logesh that time you said you had a lot on your plate, and I'm very sure a lot of you have a lot to do on your plate. What Logesh did by trusting employees, and even Tajuddin, same success you had by delegating and trust. You have to trust your employees so that they take the bulk of work that is repetitive from you. Like if it doesn't require your attention, why would you go and make yourself busy with it? Trust your employees. He went and told the line leaders and the supervisors to go to the technicians. That's why they did. So you as the leader need to tell other departments to actually approach your subordinates first. Then if it's too complicated, to approach you. So again, good and great success story. This is similar in line with Tajuddin's delegation and trust. I mean, Logis, if you didn't trust your employees, you wouldn't have told them, the line leaders, to go to your technicians in the beginning. So guys, please take note, upskill your employees, communicate with them, and then trust them and delegate jobs to them. Your life will be easier, you will be less stressed, and you can focus on more important things. And as leaders, your responsibility is to focus on the more important, pressing things. Okay? Anything else, Lucas?
Yeah, that's all.
That's all? Great. Thank you. Great sharing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Who's next? Who's next? Yeah, so sorry, Sachi. We were, because just now we didn't see Logesh on the camera, so I called Sachi. Logesh came in, so now Sachi, you can carry on.
Okay, I'd like to discuss about the production inventory management.
Production
Like,
inventory management.
Yeah,
Okay.
like with control. Okay, with control. So it's very crucial to maintain like physical versus system to be teleop. It's quite crucial to maintain because we still need to have a human dependence sometimes. Right? Sometimes operator may send the physical but forgot to inform line leaders, then they miss to transact. So sometimes I see it's depend on verbal communication only. So it's very difficult to track. So now what I do is I make a checklist for the daily checking and signature and acknowledge my line leader and also operator. So that from the based on the checklist, we can track back if let's say we miss out any of the physical moving systems.
And this checklist, how did you do it? Is a physical checklist or a...
It's a simple format checklist so that they can write down the date and also how many quantity they set up. Then they keep on track, and then once leader already transact, then leader need to acknowledge. So we
Wait,
know
so
we already.
it's a paper, is it?
Yeah, manual checklist.
And so you print this paper every day, or?
Yeah, the paper we can use for 1 week.
Okay,
1 week
okay.
time. So every week we can change to new checklist so that if we can track. If let's say we see any quantity discrepancy versus physical versus system, then we can refer back to the checklist so we know where we miss out. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Anyone else who's in this call who deals with similar situations and you have not implemented a checklist, please refer to Sachi on, maybe you can send them the template. I mean, it's a simple template, right? Hello?
Yeah, yeah.
Sachi, it's a simple template, right? So
Correct.
any one of you who wants to, who deals with similar situations, you can ask Sachi for the template, right? So who needs the template? You all deal it offline. I believe communication, yeah? Please communicate with Sachi and get the template. Sachi, any more sharings?
That's all. That's all.
That's all? Okay.
Yeah.
Who's next? Who's next? You want to hear everyone's stories or difficulties because, they're learning from each other. That's the goal of, that's my goal for this session, that you are learning from each other by applying what you've learned. And so far, so good. For me, is to highlight what you have learned and how you're actually applying it at the workplace. And not bad. A lot of you have started applying what you've learned. So really, hats off and round of applause to y'all so far. Let's continue. Who's next? Ming Lu, Zhang Ming Lu. Ming Lu. Hello.
Hi.
Yes, hi. Hi.
I doesn't have any plan yet, but I started to communicate with my subordinate, especially when they have a problem. I won't ask why, and then I will ask them to try to explain to me, and also ask them to give me uh, what they will, how to handle it.
Okay.
How to handle it, their problems. After that, I will add more my ideas into their solution. So I won't ask why, and I won't tell them direct answer to them. So I try to let them to think and try let them to learn from the problem.
Right. So how successful has this been in solving problem?
Uh, how to say? Still in progress. Haven't see any result yet. But I think it's a good process for me lah.
Okay, and now why are you doing this actually?
Because I want to free up my time to do other things.
Okay, okay. So you're in that process of delegation. You want them to be more proactive.
Yes, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Yes, again, um, you, you need to enable your staff to be proactive also. You can't spoon feed everything to them. Remember, yes, servant leadership, but servant leadership doesn't mean everything you spoon feed because then they'll become dependent on you. So, like Minglu did, you need to ask them to be proactive because not everyone will come and do things and take ownership, take accountability. You need to enable them, you need to help them be proactive. So tell them, okay, go and research. You don't know something, don't give them answers, but ask them to research so that they become proactive and not dependent on you. Because then, if they're dependent on you, you're back to square one. You're back to square one where they will come to you for everything. So Minglu, good thing you're doing. Always enable your staff. Ask them to be proactive. Ask them to do the research. Don't tell them the answer. Ask them to come back to you with the answer. Then once they come back to you with an answer, provide them with improvements. If there are improvements to the answer or to the solution, you provide that. You're only adding to their research so that they learn in the process. You are a guide, you're a coach. You're not just a solution provider for them immediately. You're a guide and coach as a leader. You're a leader who is acting as a coach and also as a teacher. Okay, so that they learn the long-term solution. They don't just come for short-term solutions. Every time come to you. Every time come to you for hey, I don't know this lah how. I don't know that lah how. They will know after you tell them, you know what, find the answer, find the answer. Over time, what they will do is they won't even come to you. They will find the answer, they will come to you. Lokesh, this is what I am facing, this problem, this problem, this problem. This is what I have researched. This is what the solutions I feel are for you. The problem they gave you the solution. Now you need to just provide improvements if there are. So probably you also will learn from them, you know. As a leader, you can also learn from your subordinates. Huh? Don't be mistaken that only you are a teacher. Because when they do research, they can do different type of research and come up with a solution maybe that you haven't thought of also. So in that sense, both of you are learning as well. So ask them to be proactive also. Don't give them answers. Good one, Minglu. Thanks. Anything else?
Nothing. Thanks.
All right. Next is switching is done. Switching done. Hafizuddin. Hello. Hafizuddin. Is Hafiz there? Hafiz? Hafiz is somewhere. Okay. How about Norazan? Norazan is also not there. Sahili? Sahili, are you there?
Hi, Ocean.
Hi.
I cannot open my camera because my laptop don't have the camera.
All right, no worries. And sharing, any sharing with us?
Before my download have 10 repairer and 3 technician.
Okay.
Before I arrange their task depend on the model,
Okay.
and our FA team is to clear the whip, the reject. Okay. Before, some people have some expert in rework and some expert in debug. Before I make fair, I give the same all tasks. After that, they cannot clear the whip. So I discuss with my colleague, engineer Aizal. We arrange the team who is expert on rework. We we what we call who expert we rework. We make one team rework more to rework. One team more to debug. So we achieve the 95% with this arrangement.
Okay.
What I want to share is we must see what our downline, what they are expert. Only this.
Okay, so I think Saili is also talking about you need to get to know your subordinate strength, which
Yeah.
was brought up by Kak Nurliza, right? Just now, she said, you need to know them very well. Logesh mentioned, how you can get to know all this info is by communicating with your subordinates. So yes, Sahili again, another of our peer who has applied what they learned. Then there are two other peers as well who have similar learnings. So subordinate strengths we need to know. So for those of you who do not know much about your subordinates, please talk to them. Please communicate with them. Find out their strengths so that you may reassign them to where they are strong, and then whatever they are weak at, right, don't ignore that also. Maybe you can upskill them in the weakness so that they become stronger and stronger. But without knowing overall what is their strength and weakness, you cannot move forward with your subordinates. But in order to know your subordinates better, right, do you know yourself or not first? Do you know your strengths and weaknesses, your opportunities, your threats at work first or not? We will do a short exercise after this. Once everyone finish sharing, right? Today we will do two exercises. One is a SWOT analysis of yourself, and two is your goal setting. Today we will do a very short exercise, each half an hour, half an hour. The last 1 hour of this class, right? We will do your SWOT analysis and goal setting so that you keep track of it. And I want to know how you're going to achieve these goals. Okay? So subordinate strength is one, but first of all, you need to know what are your own strengths, where you need to improve or where you need to upskill yourself. Because yes, you can know your subordinate strengths, but first you need to know yourself before you can know others. All right. So next up is Mr. Siva is done. Tajuddin is done. Pai Kun. Tan Pai Kun. Are you there? Hello. Okay, Bhairavan is done. How about Cheonggi?
Yes,
Okay.
Section.
Yeah, sorry, I think Paikun is also speaking, but I can't hear a thing. Hello? Chongi, I can hear you perfectly fine, but I think there's something here. I think I see Paikun's ring colored up as well, so I think their time is speak. Paikun, are you speaking to us? Yes, no? Can't hear you at all. Uh, yeah, still can't hear you, Paikun. Uh, sorry, okay, we'll just proceed with Chongi. So anything, yeah, so you are aware of the sharing and all, so what's yours going to be, success story or anything?
Okay. Actually, not under me. I don't have any subordinate to manage lah. I just getting the supports because program management, we're getting supports from the others departments such as engineering, the operations, and also the quality teams lah. So basically, from what I have started, what we have learned from the past training, right? So that is one of the teaching from is on those empowerment. So I can see that I have starting to apply the empowerments to those who support me, so that they can make they can independent, and also they can liaise with our customer, and not depends lots on from my side lah, because from my side, even though there is a technical questions or technical matters from the engineering or the operations teams, right, then they can direct it to a customer, and always keep us informed in the email form. So this has can reduce a lot of our 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 workload lah, because yeah, as long as we keep informed, then we know what is happened, then that is good for both. It's a win-win for all the parties. And also
Sorry,
this is
Chongi,
also, yep.
just want to ask, when you say empowerment, how did you do, or what do you mean in terms of empowerment, or how did you empower? What did you
Oh,
do? Yeah.
okay. What I do is giving the authority for the team members to make the decisions. Of course, they need to be discussed within the internal team before we responded to our customers. So this is one of the major things lah. And
Right.
and the same at this in parallel, right? So this will also will help us to offload no, this will help us in term of the what the how to the priority our work lah, like the urgent and importance, the four quadrants that's we have
Right.
learned in the course. So previously most of us will be having the problem a lot of on the a lot of urgency and also importance. We rush everything, but yeah, after we starting to implement, after I have implemented empowerment, right, then we can see that those like the urgent and also the importance one, right, it will reduce. That will be enable myself to concentrate on more bigger pictures lah. If I'm keep in the in working to in that working situations, right, then a lot of the big picture that we might miss off. That is what I
Yes.
have learned from.
Okay,
And
I'm getting a lot of mention of this quadrant, this urgent quadrant. Can someone share, or even yourself, right, Chongi, share how do you implement this quadrant? Yes, just now I think it was Eng Tiong who mentioned. Yes, he's going to create physical trays, and put labels on them so you can put the work task according to its priority. But how do you implement the quadrants?
Okay. So how I implement, I always use the because we communicate a lot in the email. So in my email, I have put the follow ups and also the
The label.
categories.
Okay.
Yes. So I always put those categories and also the follow up uh, to make me aware, and also if unfortunately we overlook, right, then at least the email, they will be prompting up the reminder to us and ask to take the action on that. That is very good for us, everybody. That is because this is something that I learned. Yeah, I learned from my supervisor, and this is very useful. So I hope that this will help most of us in this group lah, because
Yeah.
we
And
yeah.
guys, for those of you who want to, can they approach you, Chongi, to find out
Sure,
if
sure.
they don't know how to set it?
Yeah, I'm happy I'm happy to share this one, because we are using a lot of email, so sometimes yeah, we will miss out. But I know we are human. We tend to miss out something. But if let's say we are putting a proper tracking in our email, right, then for sure we will be not missing out anything.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
small gesture. Some people think it's simple, but
Ah.
only when you mention it, some people be like, hey, yeah, I can do it also. Yeah, it's a simple thing, just label your emails according to priority. One way you can do it physically is, yes, you can have your tray on your table. You can have 4 different trays. Another way is, Chongi said, you can label your emails according to its priority. So guys, yeah, you're learning from each other. This sharing is actually really good. So for those of you who don't know how to set your email labels, you may refer to Chongi, because he is obviously already doing it, because he learned it from his supervisor, right? So Chongi, your next sharing, you were mentioning something? No, yes?
No, nothing.
No.
That is all that I have. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Right. All right. And next is, did I miss out anyone yet? Is Noor Azan there? Nicole? Noor Azan. I see his name here, but hi.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, great.
Yeah, I want to share something like very interesting one. You know our friend, right? I mean, like not really our friend, GK, GK good friend, GK good friend. He's no longer with us. You know the one that a weird character that actually a lot of asking a lot of questions in our class.
Steve,
right. So he's no longer he's no longer with us lah.
Oh,
so we know who actually the problem lah. Okay, now what I want to say is actually when he's not around, and our superior already put some of the responsibility to me lah, of course, because we in one department, and of course the one that he say always a problem is actually reporting under me.
Okay.
So now as a leader, I see that his approach of actually to this particular person is actually wrong. When you school people and you apparently it's like physically abuse him in front of people and all that. I think it's wrong to do that lah. So what I did actually, as a different approach, maybe that particular guy is actually slow, or maybe he's not responsive, or he's a bit of unsatisfied with either the superior or the company salary or benefit that he has here in the plant.
Yes.
So what I did is a different approach of how I can actually groom him and give a different way to make him work. He still have to work, and the one that actually reporting directly to me, also another assistant engineer. So I try to groom him so that you don't need to be so harsh and with all this rude approach to that particular person lah. So after we did this, I think couple of months, I think can see some kind of improvement, improvement where all the tasks that I've given to this guy is actually can perform and he actually can do his work. So meaning the approach is different when he was under Steven lah. Of course now Steven no longer with us. So now that is what I want to share lah actually. Because there's a million ways of how you can groom or you can even provide some kind of knowledge and also guidance to your subordinate so that they can, in the end of the day, you want the result. So that is what I focus more instead of approaching with anger and dissatisfaction and all that kind of nonsense lah, which is doesn't work. So now what funny is now since he's the one, I mean like Steven no longer with us, I think we know actually who's the problem now, and I'm sorry to say that whatever that he learns from the class is really not working, So now, yeah, that is what I want to share, which is so funny to me.
It's good the sharing, but what made you decide what approach to use for employees? Because I'm sure some of you are wondering, like, how do you decide what approach you were going to use? Well, what was your thought process? What made you decide on what approach to use?
So if to me, if let's say scolding and also keep scolding and with harsh word, it's not working. There must be a way that actually working. Either it's in a positive or negative way lah, to me. So if let's say my kind of approach, if let's say that guy, you feel like some kind of insubordination, but actually you must understand why he insubordinate or he's not following your instruction in the first place. So you need to understand what his problem. So instead of go to scold him and in front of people and all that. So understanding
is what did you do differently, Norazan?
Okay, actually this guy is like just behind me. I cannot see more lah, but I'm sorry because my laptop doesn't have any camera, so you cannot see me. Actually, he's actually behind me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't go far away, or
so I cannot say more lah. I will share in the future, but not now.
All right, so we will make sure we tag this thing to do sharing on the 23rd when we have the class.
Yeah.
Yeah, can. So I believe what you're trying to say is there is an element of empathy.
How you approach, how you make your subordinate to work for you. This is very important.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that
that's why I'm encouraging you to share, but you can't. So what we will do, we will reserve this sharing because he's right behind you. We'll reserve it for the 23rd, because how do you convert an insubordination to subordinate? Because I'm very sure some of you are facing this in some way or another, and we'll definitely want to hear more from Norazan. What is the thought process involved as a leader to do this, And since now you said you can't, we'll keep it for the 23rd. Make sure, guys, some of you make sure to remind Norazan to share this.
Okay. Wait, I have another guy that I need to share, because all of a sudden I was given this responsibility of taking care of housekeeping. Okay, now when we are talking about housekeeping, right? Usually we look into those Bangladeshi and foreign worker that are actually low level. You thought that they are really low level and picking up your trash every day from your cubicle and they are really with all the three what you call it 3D work, right? Dirty, dangerous, and also demanding. So and you thought they are lower level than you, and I am actually surprised. The supervisor, the Bangladeshi supervisor, has a degree, from one of the prestige university in Bangladesh. So I think people should give some credit and some respect, to this guy. So if you want help and you want it to be fast, some people directly call him, let's say, oh, water leaking lah, and then after that, oh, rubbish didn't pick up lah, and all that. I think you should give some respect lah, because he actually a human being, and in fact, he actually a high educated person, he got a degree, So meaning, if let's say you approach like that, maybe you can get what you want from him immediately. Like now I realize that, oh, I can talk more about other thing, more educated than pick up sampah lah and other low level one, So meaning it's good that you understand people and you respect them, and you can talk to them other than things that you thought they don't know because they are stupid or they are low level, but actually no, they are actually high level and high educated, and you can approach them and you can talk to them, and this kind of relationship and communication is very important, I'm telling you, to get what you want in the end.
Yeah. See, the most important thing Norazan mentioned, guys, please take note, to get things done. This is called stakeholder management. Whoever they may be, when they deal with you for any work in the workplace, they are your stakeholder. And Norazan mentioned, furthermore, to get things done. So regardless of their education, regardless of their position, regardless of anything, remember one thing: to get things done, you need to treat your stakeholders with respect, with high regard. No matter who they are, you will get things done. It doesn't matter if they are delaying your work or whatever, call them, communicate, but always show them respect so that you get things done fast.
Yeah.
Because people like that thing, they feel like, okay, I should do because this person respects me. I should do because this person pays attention to me. This person is not abrupt, not rude to me. I should do them a favor. People's mindset works like that.
Yeah.
And this is a very important thing in stakeholder management. So anyone, and it's a good example, Norazan mentioned this for the housekeeping person. He's also your stakeholder. He's also a stakeholder because he's in your workplace, one. Number two, he's getting things done for you at the workplace. So you can do this with anyone around you. 360 stakeholder management, we call it. Everyone around you who is working with you to achieve a certain goal is your stakeholder. Respect them. Pay them respect. Show them the respect that you would expect in return, and show them and treat them how you expect to be treated. Because when people treat you well, you would go out of your way to do work for them, right? Or you would do them a favor, or you would close one eye, you would do extra for them. The same way they also will be expecting. So very good point brought up. Remember, guys, respect and get things done is very essential at the workplace, regardless of your position, who you may be, what you are, how you talk is very important. Especially you guys are leaders, how you talk, even to your subordinates or to other subordinates or even to operators, even how low the level also, they will get things done faster for you if you show that amount of respect. All right? There's this saying that goes, I've heard a lot of people telling, I will treat the CEO and the tea lady the same way. You know why? Both also human beings, both also got 2 hands and 2 legs. The title doesn't matter. I will treat the CEO and the tea lady in the same way, with respect. And they will both get things done for me, One will bring me tea, the other one will pay my salary, and I'll treat them the same. Because they're getting things done for me, correct or not? So very good. Thanks, Norazan. Anything else to add, bro?
No, that's all. No, that's all for me.
All right, and we'll remember 23rd. You have a sharing pending about how you deal with turning someone who's insubordinate to following your instructions. We just want to go through that process because it's a huge learning for people. Okay, who else hasn't shared? Because I'm looking here, I think most of you have. Paikun, are you with us? Paikun, I see your ring lighting up, but for the life of me, can anyone hear Paikun? Because she's speaking, but hello.
Hi, sir. Actually, Pet Hon, just now we go to check. Something wrong with his headset. He tried to talk. She tried to talk, but
Yeah,
cannot hear.
yeah. Maybe they need to unplug and replug or something
Or
like that.
or maybe he need to look out and look back. Yeah. I try to help him and see. Help her.
All right, all right. Thank you. So, okay, guys, everyone has shared. Has everyone shared? Anyone who hasn't shared, please um, just unmute and start sharing. Besides Paikon lah, because something wrong with the headset. So everyone has shared, right? So now, okay, let me know if you can see my screen. Huh? Can you see my screen? Guys,
Yes.
everyone can see,
Yes,
huh?
yes.
All right. So what we're going to do is just a short recap, as I mentioned, and we're going to go straight into our first activity here. Okay. So this is the group reflective learning. All right. So we talked about leadership, right? Leadership is influencing people. And this is the recap from the first session. There'll also be recap from the second session that you have already gone through, yeah? The lobby. Oh, okay, the icon. Okay, I just admitted icon. Once we go through this recap, okay, so it's about leadership is about influencing people around you. So that's why you see this picture. And it's about motivating others to get into action or maximum action. Okay. And also for them to move forward as a group or as a collective unit. Okay, there are many types of leadership. So one type of leadership that we covered was servant leadership. But also I want you to realize what's the difference, because whatever we spoke about all this while, there's a difference between a boss and a leader. Who can tell, what do you think are the difference between a boss and a leader? They're both the same person, but the character is different. The character is different between a boss and a leader. Who can actually shout out some of the differences? Anyone? Because you need to recognize the difference between a boss and a leader. Then only naturally you will become a leader, because you know the actual difference whether you're a boss or a leader. And whatever you all shared from morning until now has the characteristics of a boss versus a leader. And that's why some of you have maybe found some difficulty, and most of you, and I'm gladly saying this, most of you have actually portrayed or projected the characteristics of a leader as opposed to a boss. But you need in your mind to know the difference actually, so that you don't actually repeat this behavior when you are actually talking to your subordinates or dealing with your subordinates. So do you know what's the difference between a boss or a leader? I mean, boss versus a leader, sorry. Anyone? Yeah, yes, Leon. Yeah.
I try I try first. I
Yeah.
think the boss is give the instruction to the subordinate to to execute something. And I think the leader from this picture is they do together. He just act as a lead, but it's a do together. Hard time also do together. Free time together free. May I correct?
Yeah, very true. So from the picture itself, you can see the difference between a boss and a leader, right? And from this itself, you will know someone who's a boss, right? You tend to be questioned. I'm very sure you have experienced this because I myself have been in the corporate world where someone who tells you what to do but doesn't show you how to do or does it with you. Sometimes you may question back among your peers. You're talking about a boss who doesn't know how to do the work, but they only know how to tell you and instruct. You won't trust someone like that, and you are very reluctant to do work for a person like that because in your mind it's like, hey, the fella knows how to do the work. Ask him to show me lah, if he can do or not. Always know how to tell me what to do, but don't know how to show me. You don't want to work for a person like that because your mindset is like, does he know how to do the work? But always ask me to do, ask me to do. So for y'all, right, to ensure that you don't get this type of throwback or rebellion from your employees, you need to be a leader who shows the way. Don't spoon feed them. Remember, I told you, make sure they are proactive. Don't spoon feed, but you need to show them the way at some point. Because if not, they'll start to question. You see this boss part, right, of the picture, this boss part. At some point, these three people who are pulling will question, can this boss fellow also pull? Is he strong enough to pull the string with us? Because all he does is tell us pull, 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 pull only. But you see the leader here, he's showing which way to go. He also can pull. You will trust someone like that more because they already showed you what they're capable of. You need to establish your credibility as a leader. Okay? These are the distinct differences between a boss and a leader. Okay. One is impersonal, one is compassionate. Impersonal means they don't care about you. That means, remember I told just now, a lot of us learned, right? Get to know your subordinate strengths, get to know more about your subordinates. Like Arno Lisa said, where they come from, have they done this job before? Are they used to standing? All this. That is done by a leader who is compassionate because they are passionate of and their compassion towards you. They want to get to know you. They care about you. They want to get to know you better. If impersonal, I don't care what you do. I don't care about you as long as you get the job done. That is a boss. But the compassionate one is a leader. So please learn to be compassionate. And today we learn from so many people's example. Once you know your subordinate strengths, you know more about them, you know them in person, it's easier to get the job done. So please get the compassionate side of you into the picture as a leader. Next is the boss says I, but the leader says we. So same as just now, when they were pulling the string, if you see here, this is I, and down here is we, because the leader leads the way. That's why the name lead is in leader. You have to lead the way. The name says it all. You have to show them the way. You have to guide. You have to lead them forward, not backward. You see the boss where he's sitting. He's sitting at the back. The employees always have to look backward. That is a boss. But the leader leads them forward. Okay, next, the boss uses people, but a leader develops people. So remember, you all spoke about upskilling your employees, training them, documenting the training. That develops people. That's what a leader should do. You develop them. How do you develop them? You find out what are their weaknesses, which is what you're going to do next. You're going to find out as a leader yourself, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses? Maybe you're not aware. Once you're aware of your strengths and weaknesses and all, then only you can develop, because you know where you lack and you know where you're strong. So a boss uses people to get his things done, but a leader develops people. Don't be threatened. A lot of people, if they say someone, if I train them with the knowledge I have, they will threaten my job. No. If you're good enough to treat and train and teach someone what you know and come up to your level, the only level you can go to is move up, because you can teach someone to do what you do. Definitely you're going to go one step higher. You will never go one step lower, because now you are managing people. Let me tell you, to move up the ranks in corporate, you need to know how to manage people well so that they get the job done. That's how you move up in corporate. It's because you already know your technical job so well that now you plus your technical plus managing people, you're doing it so well, you only can move up. So don't feel threatened that someone learns your knowledge and does the job that you do. Because once you are doing that, right, you're already managing people very well, they're getting the job done, you're only going to move up. They're going to move you up to manager, senior manager, director, blah, blah, blah. A lot of you had aspirations that you want to move up, to director level, this and that. You need to learn how to develop people. And developing people is teaching them what you know or your knowledge. You need to tell them how to do the job. Don't feel threatened that they will take your job, because that's the wrong mindset. All right, a boss inspires fear. Oh, the fellow must fear me. I am the boss. Whatever I say must follow. But a leader earns respect. How do you earn respect? As what Norazan said just now, to earn respect, you need to give respect first. When you respect people, they will respect you. When you show them how good you are at the job, they will respect you. But when you tell them, okay, you do, but you don't show them anything, and then every time you just shout, then you will get a similar situation as what was mentioned by Norazan. We don't want to mention names, but we can see a difference. Earn the respect by giving respect first. You're a leader, not a boss. Next, the boss takes credit. That means anything you do for your boss, the boss will say, I did it, I executed, and he will take all credit. But a leader gives credit. You know why? When you give credit, your employees would appreciate you more and they will do more for you, because you know how to recognize their contribution. Always recognize your employees' contribution. Never ever say that they are useless, don't know how to do things. Always recognize their contribution and give them constant feedback. Remember, a leader always gives and receives feedback. Also give and receive credit. Praise them on a daily basis. If they do something well, tell them, bro, you did well. Because then every day they will expect that credit. So they will every day perform. You never know. These small things, right? Simple things will go a long way. Next, a boss micromanages. I'm very sure you all know the meaning of micromanage. You know why managing happens? Because you don't trust your employees. So I'm very sure we can ask Logesh or Tajuddin, micromanaging doesn't work unless you don't trust your employee. And when you already know you can't trust them because they're not good enough, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to develop the employee, because you know their weakness. But by micromanaging them, you are like putting them down because you don't trust them. That's where the word delegate comes in. A leader delegates. And delegate is good because it decreases your workload so that you can focus on more important things, as we learned just now, especially with Tajuddin's example, of delegation. Even we learned from A number of them actually spoke about delegation, and also empowerment is another word we learned from Chongi. How you empower people to do work, because people, you see, human beings like to feel important. So make them feel important. Your subordinates are human beings as well. Maybe you forgot, but your subordinates are human beings. So make them feel important, and they will give you the best. Next, the boss says go and do, but tells you to go and do. But the leader says let's go. That means we go and do together. Doesn't mean everything you need to go and do together, but the words that you use, how you communicate, is very important. Now, a boss thinks short term, but the leader thinks long term. Remember, just now we spoke about it. What are solutions that can have long term effect? Don't think short term. That's why I said, like, even the operators' attendance issue, right? Warning letter and all. Plan ahead. Think long term as a leader, that you know if this person has discipline issues, plan ahead. And not only for operator issues, any issue, always think long term. What will happen down the road? Maybe I need to plan today. So if you have an operator's attendance issue, your long-term solution would be what? I already need to speak to HR, maybe do manpower planning, headcount planning maybe now itself source for employees, because I know 1 month, 2 months down the road, the person will be terminated because memang they are stubborn and hard-headed. So you're thinking long-term. You're not just telling, okay, namainlah today got warning letter, namainlah just leave it, just continue work. Work will always be there. And you will always have a lot of work if you don't delegate, but you only can delegate to people who you trust. So everything is connected. Think long term. Now, the boss, he always thinks he's your boss. That means you must respect. You can't sit at the same table as me. You can't talk to me. I come and talk to you, but I give you instruction. That's a boss. But a leader is your colleague. I can laugh with you, I can talk with you. Doesn't mean I cannot. But of course there are boundaries. I can sit and have a drink with you. Doesn't mean I cannot sit at the same table as you. I am your colleague. It's just that I'm higher rank only, that's all. But I'm still your colleague. And as Nur Azan said, respect them no matter what. Remember, title doesn't matter. They're still your colleagues. Okay, a boss is focused on process, but a leader is focused on people. As an employee now, yes, you need to focus on process, but don't always play it by the book. Like you said just now, how Norazan mentioned, from insubordination, you changed it to subordinate. He focused on the person. Many of you also focus on the people because you got to know the employee more. A leader always focuses on the people. Talk to them, get to know what is the issue, what is their strength, what is their weakness, how you can help them. You cannot help them, go and get help that can help them. But your focus should be on the people, not the process. Process means my production line process is like this. But the person who cannot perform, you don't care about it. You only care, okay, I don't care what you do, get the process done. It's not going to work because you don't know whether the person is strong enough to get the job done, because your focus is only on the work. You're blinded, you're not looking outside the box. But when you talk to the person, you will know whether the person is suitable for the job or not. And that also, you all gave examples. So whatever I'm showing you as an example of a boss versus a leader is actually what you're going through on a daily basis, It's just that the application of it. And when I show you like this, what is a boss versus a leader, most of you know where you stand currently. I have been, certain instances I've been a boss, certain instances I've been a leader. But this is why we are learning, why we are doing this leadership development program, because we are developing you into leaders. So don't feel bad, don't feel sad. It's not your fault. We are all humans at the end of the day. But progress, move forward from today. Because you're already aware, you have the knowledge. What is a boss? What is a leader? All right, so we spoke about servant leadership in the last class, correct? Guys, we spoke about servant leadership. Remember Tino mentioned servant leadership?
Yep.
Yeah. So these are 10 characteristics of a servant leader. Okay, so make sure this one you take into account. Yeah, number one is listening. Don't think before you go into any, I would say not confrontation, but when you're talking to even your subordinates, because mostly you deal with the subordinates, you deal with peers, other managers, learn to listen first. This is characteristic of a servant leader. And this is what we're trying to develop actually. Listen first. And don't listen. Okay, there's a difference when you listen versus hearing. Listen, that means you're listening with no process running in your mind, you know. That means nothing is running in your mind, you're just listening. That is the best for a leader. Listen first. But some people, they hear just to answer. They're not talking, but they already have an answer in the head to give the person without even hearing what the person is saying or listening to what the person is saying. And I'm very sure a lot of you can connect to this. But listening is doing the listening, right, without any process running in your head. Whether you had prior experience, you don't have prior experience. A lot of us like to do what, as human beings. I've seen all this, I've already heard all this a lot of times. Like, I already know what is the issue. I already know what the outcome will be. And you give an answer based on that without even listening to what the person, probably the person is telling you a totally different thing. But because of your prejudgment, your assumption, you already want to tell them an answer that's already in here without listening. A servant leader, you listen first. You just listen only. Then you put your thought process into it. That is a servant leader. Okay? Next, empathy. Always take into account what the other person, if you were in the other person's shoes. So like you all said today, find out what is the employee facing, why they're coming late, for example, or why they can't perform, or why are they depressed. You can always see body language, facial expression. Talk to your employees, talk to your subordinates, put yourself in their shoes. If you were in their position, how would you respond? How would you react? Always think on that level first. Don't always think, no lah, I was different, I came up, I could do, why they cannot do? You're two different people. Remember your all these lines on your hands for different people is different. It may look the same, but your DNA is different. Different people are different. Always have empathy. Put yourself in their shoes, then you will be able to be a better leader. Next is awareness. Awareness is very important. You must be aware of everything that happens around you. But most important, you must be aware what is happening inside you. You must be aware. You must know when you're getting angry. You must know, oh, I am getting angry. Walk away. Remember, Tino mentioned walk away in a heated argument. Your awareness level needs to be in here. You need to be aware how you are acting also as a person, not only how the surrounding is acting. How you are acting as a person is most important, because they say a lot. There's this one saying, what you project is actually what you are seeing, getting back. What you give is what you get. So most likely, whatever you're getting from people all the time, right, is actually probably what you are actually showing people. It's like a mirror. The world is your mirror. What you give is what you get. And most of the time, what we don't like to get from people, right, is probably what we are actually giving them, attitude or character. Think about this. Think about this. This awareness part, very important. Healing. Okay, 10 characteristics of a servant leader is healing. Healing is one of it. Healing in terms of be compassionate. Remember just now the leader, we said be compassionate. Heal people, don't hurt them. Everyone has a different problem. Try to get to know the problem and then develop them. Help them heal. Okay? Persuasion. Yeah. So persuade people to want to work for you. Persuade people to want to get job done for you. Don't boss them around. Don't instruct. Persuade. Tell them why they are doing what they are doing. Why they should do it like this. Persuade them. Don't tell them, I'm the boss. I told you already. Just get it done. No one will like working for you like that. Take the extra mile. That's why I said delegation is important so your workload is decreased. Focus your attention on building people to get the job done for you. That is where your focus should be. Your focus should not be on the technical because you already passed the technical. You all are 10 years, 15 years in the job. You passed that stage already. You don't need to, your mindset doesn't need to be, oh, I still need to be doing the job. I still need to be there. I still need to be doing the. You passed that stage already. You close your eyes also, you tie your hands also, I'm very sure you can do the job. Because you're already that much experienced. Now move up to the next level. Get rid of this mindset that you need to get the job done. Now you need to teach someone else to get the job done. That is you at this stage. Conceptualization, foresight is all the things that a leader should have because now you are at the next level. You need to enable or empower someone else to do the job for you. So you need to have foresight. Foresight how? Example, this person who is having discipline problems, attendance problem, you know already, get first warning already. This person still not listening. What is your foresight? Foresight is thinking ahead. That means I'm thinking for the future. You already know this person cannot help already. So what you will do? Go to HR and tell them, this is the issue. This is this. Can we do manpower planning or headcount planning or whatever? You need to have foresight. How do you do that? When your workload is decreased. Then only you can focus on all these important things as an effective leader. Okay, next is stewardship. Stewardship is same as I am not your boss, I am colleague. I will guide you, I will coach you. I'm still your superior, but I am also your friend. You can come and talk to me. What do you need? I can provide you with it. Make people want to come and talk to you about their problems. Don't make them fear you. Or don't make them move away from you. Don't make them like distance themselves away because then you won't get the job done. And then your commitment to grow people or build the community. That means your community is your team. Commitment to grow people. How? Training. But how are you going to grow people if you don't know their strengths and weaknesses? Which is why now we are going to do, can we just do it in 15 minutes, guys? I'm going to show you now this slide. Okay, this thing. I want you guys to do this for yourselves so that, can you all see the slides? Hello? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So you see the SWOT here, right? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, so you see the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunity, the threats. So strengths is your own personal strengths. What do you think are your strengths? Weaknesses as well. What are your personal weaknesses? It could be personal, it could be professional. So, what you think as a person, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses? Opportunity and threats are the opportunity and threat in your workplace, because we are now talking about the workplace. So, what do you see as an opportunity? What do you see as a threat? Threat doesn't mean it is bad. Someone sharing their screen. I have someone who is sharing their screen here.
Sorry, I think
Who is this? Yeah, I think better, because we are able to see someone's screen being shared. Yeah, okay. Wow. Okay, let me get back to this. All right. Can you all see? All right. So opportunity and threats are at the workplace. What do you view as an opportunity and what do you view as a threat? So can we take 15 minutes, guys, of this? Can we take 15 minutes for you? Just list this down. You want to do it in WhatsApp? You want to do it in your phone, your notes, or whatever. What we will do is I will collect this as your work on the 23rd, because we're coming over on the 23rd. List down your strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, and threats. So we'll take 15 minutes now for you to do this. All good, guys?
Okay.
Can, huh? Okay, we'll take 15 minutes to do this. So now it's 11:45. By 12, we will reconvene. Then I would expect some of you to share why those are your strengths and weaknesses. Don't be vague about it. Think properly and write it down. Think properly and write it down. I mean, maybe you can have two of each: two strengths, two weaknesses, two opportunities, two threats. And then I'll tell you why we're doing this exercise. All good, guys?
Good.
All right. So we'll 12:05 lah. I give you till 12:05. Anything you can just ask me, guys. Are you muted? Oh, good. We have Hafiz back. Hafiz, we'll do your sharing after this. Because just now I think you were not. Guys, anything, don't hesitate to ask. Have another, yeah, we'll take another 15 minutes. Please think about this, deeply think about this, and then write it down. Don't write for the sake of writing. Write why it's your strength also, why it's your weakness. Because then only you can address and then you can come up with solutions on how to solve this. Opportunities and threats, remember, at the workplace. Threats could be to your role, your job, what you see as a threat, not to get your work done. All that can be classified as threats. Hi guys.
Yes.
All done?
Yep.
All right. Okay, where is this? All right. Okay. Okay. So could you pass this to me on the 23rd, all of you? Just write it on a paper and then with your name on top, and then I'll collect it and put it in each of your files. Remember, each of you have a colored file?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay? Thanks, guys. We will take some time to probably go through during the class when we have time. Okay, guys, before we move on, can we have everyone on the call on their cameras for those who have cameras on your laptop, because we have to take a photo right now. Okay, wait, I'll stop sharing first. Then after that, we'll have a video to watch and go into the goal sharing. Sorry, goal setting. Have I stopped? Yes. Okay. Okay. Guys, everyone with your cameras, just on your cameras. We need to take a photo. Is anyone else turning it on? No. Only this. Guys, all your videos on, eh? Okay. Smile for the camera. I mean, can't see the smile because of the mask. 1, 2, go. Left. My background looks like I'm sitting in your meeting room, right? I know.
Yeah. Yeah, correct.
Don't worry, I'm not. I'm in KL. 23rd only I'll be there. 22nd. All right. So, okay, that's done. Okay, before we go to the video, can we have Hafiz to share as well? Hafiz, are you in the call now?
Yeah.
Yes, Hafiz. So share with us success story. I mean, you know what to share, right?
Sure.
Okay, so what we had everyone do is share success stories or failures or current difficulties you're facing on the job. Because what happened from the morning period is when the sharing happened, right? A lot of them, some had things in common. Some learned from one another how to handle difficult situations and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So you can share a success story, or you can share a failure because we're all learning, or you can share anything that you're facing difficulties with that you need a solution for, those kind of things.
Any HR over here? Ada, Iskandar ada. Okay. So I would like them to hear my issue also.
Right.
Okay. Now based on the last training that we attended, in fact I haven't used whatever method that y'all taught. Okay, from the training one.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But based on whatever that I learned, I observe. Okay, I observe my superior, my next level, my upper level, on those character that you're supposed to have as a leader.
Okay.
Can hear me now?
Yes, you were muted before this.
Oh, who mute me? Okay, so based on the last learning that I learned a few
Yeah, you
sessions,
said
right?
observe your superiors. Then after that, we lost you.
Okay, so I can say nothing lah. My superior also doesn't practice that characteristic that we supposed to have as a leader. So in order to how to change them, they are my next superior. Okay, and then as you say, we need to talk oftenly. That also not happening. So how to convey the message? Okay, that's why I say I'm looking for HR over here to at least you hear my voice. Okay, so you have to do something. Okay, now this is involve a culture change. Okay, I would say this is a culture change. Okay, it's not personal. We in the training. Yeah, I think we absorb a lot of information how to be a correct and a useful leader to everyone. Okay, but it seems like the next level they are not showing the example lah. Okay, we want that the leader that really can show example, and then we can follow the thing, and also we also can practice. Okay,
Right.
seems like meaningless if we know the thing, but the upper level doesn't show the same language. We have to in the same page. I can say same page, then we can success toward a successful training lah, leadership training lah.
Right.
Okay, so that's all my comment.
Right. Okay. So anybody with any input, because it did surface for me. Yes, now when you mentioned it, this did surface as one of highly mentioned during the aspiration chats that I had with many of you. However, anyone with any input before I provide my input? Anyone? It's a safe environment, so you cannot share. Don't worry, it's a safe environment. Anyone can share. Anyone with any input with regards to what Hafiz just said. He saved the best for the last one. Anybody? Yes, no? This topic, everyone is quiet and all right. So my honest opinion on this, right, is as mentioned just now, regardless of whatever happens around you, there's a video after this that we will see as well. Regardless whatever happens around you, regardless who it may be, subordinate or superior, at the end of the day, you are the one that matters in this entire equation. Think of whatever you're going through now in this training as water being poured onto you because you are the plant, you are the seed that is to grow. Don't worry about how others are behaving, or and this may be your subordinate, maybe your superior also. You know why? Why I'm saying this is your brain, which is your CPU, your computer, you can control. Other people's brain, which is their CPU, you cannot control. The more and more and more you try to control or you want to change that, you will never be able to. Trust me, you can try how hard you want. I challenge any one of you, you try how hard you want, you cannot change it. You know why? You can never ever control someone else's brain or what they do. You can never.
Agree, Roshan. Agree.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I'm not changing them. That's why
Yeah.
I'm getting external party. I think this is a good training. Okay.
Yeah.
I think everyone also agree. It's a good training for leadership, but just only we have to expand the thing.
Okay.
All right.
Right. So I mean that one we leave it to HR. But what I'm saying is, in terms of mindset, I understand your frustrations or whatever you may be feeling. What I'm trying to say here is, in terms of your mindset currently being in this program, and also for yourself, each one of you for yourselves, right? The mindset that you need to have is regardless however they act, however they may be, because they are external parties to you. And I will show you the video after this, right? Everyone else does not matter. You are the focal point of your life, and only your development matters. That means developing not only your leadership skills, but also your mindset and your positive thinking. Because you see, at the end of the day, when your skills are sharpened, when your leadership skills are sharpened, you can carry it and go anywhere, everywhere within the company or even elsewhere for the future, I mean, right? It's not necessarily that you'll only, be here. It is for your development, your growth. So it is developing you personally. Basically, Pyramid are doing all of you a huge favor because they're developing you as a person and not only as a leader for the benefit of the company. It is actually a win-win if you look at it. They're benefiting you as well because you are developing as an individual. You are getting skills that you may have had but never realized the potential. And it has nothing to do with anyone else. So my suggestion here is, yes, you may be frustrated. We are normal human beings. Because you remember just now the boss and the leader, everyone will get frustrated at some point when it's a boss instructing you. Yes, we understand, and it's human beings. But at some point, you need to realize you are the individual who is being developed. Get the skills, get all the good things, get all the good teachings, right? Get upskill. You are the one on the winning side. You're not on the losing end. Because yes, someone else may not have those skills that you want to follow this and that and all. But ask yourself, look in the mirror and ask yourself, does it affect you? Them not knowing or them knowing or practicing or applying, how does it affect you? It does not affect you. It affects the work maybe to a certain extent, but how can you do? Probably walk away from the situation. If it is overwhelming, walk away from the situation. Someone unmuted. Hafiz, is it you? Oh, Logesh, I think muted. Okay, muted. Hafiz, anyone else with input? Because really we welcome your input because we are helping each other as peers. Not say helping, we are urging each other as peers. How do we grow each other through this program, right? Anyone else?
Your program now is more toward for myself. Okay.
Yes.
So but in terms of rewarding back to the company, I'm looking for better thing. Okay, since I'm still an employee over here, so and then this company also organizing this type of good training, so called, right? So we try to improve it, okay, so that the company also getting some reward lah in terms of team and so on thing, right? So if yeah, we can correct ourselves. I don't talk about other party. We can correct ourselves, but other parties which is not contributing is not helping the company also.
Right.
And the company is doing this program to improve overall in terms of company, right?
Yeah.
So this is what I observe lah.
Okay, Hafiz, what are you actually like specifically? What is the difficulty from the situation that you are facing?
Team lah, the word team. So now we are getting a lot of bosses here.
Okay.
Okay. We are not getting a true leader.
Right.
And which can really lead us.
And how is it affecting the productivity of the team or the output in terms of work?
Oh, a lot of impact.
Right. Okay, you in particular, how is it affecting your work?
A lot of decision that we can't make. Okay. Because of the empowerment and so on thing.
Yeah.
Okay. And there are many things lah. There are many things. But never mind, we come to the SWOT. The SWOT actually I identified my strength and so on thing. Okay.
Right.
On the opportunity also that there's some move that seeing the situation uncorrected. So never mind, we can talk later lah. Because I think everyone also waiting to go for lunch. So I don't want to drag some more. Go ahead, Roshan.
All right. Anyone with any input before we go to the goal setting part? Anyone with any input at all? Yes, no? Okay. So we will move to this video. Just watch this video attentively, yeah, guys. Okay. For those of you who don't know, that is Denzel Washington. Can see, yeah? Everyone can see, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Roshan, no sound.
No sound, yes.
Wait, no sound. Hold on, hold on, give me a second.
I was flunking out of college. I had a 1.7
Now, okay.
Okay.
grade point average. I hope none of you can relate.
Okay, I just replay the thing.
I was flunking out of college. I had a 1.7 grade point average. I hope none of you can relate. I had a 1.7 grade point average. I was sitting in my mother's beauty shop. They still call it beauty shops now? What they call it now? Yeah, I was sitting in the beauty parlor. I was sitting in my mother's beauty parlor, and I'm looking in the mirror, and I see behind me this woman under the dryer. And every time she looked up, every time I looked up, she was looking at me, just looking me in the eye. And I didn't know who she was, and I said, she said, somebody give me a pen, give me a pencil. I have a prophecy. March 27, 1975. She said, boy, you are going to travel the world and speak to millions of people. Now, mind you, I flunked out of college. I'm thinking about joining the army. I didn't know what I was going to do, and she's telling me I'm going to travel the world and speak to millions of people. Well, I have traveled the world, and I have spoke to millions of people. But that's not the most important thing, the success that I had. The most important thing is that what she taught me and what she told me that day has stayed with me since. I've been protected. I've been directed. I've been corrected. Fail big. That's right. Fail big. You only live once. So do what you feel passionate about. Take chances professionally. Don't be afraid to fail. There's an old IQ test, was 9 dots, and you had to draw 5 lines with a pencil within these 9 dots without lifting the pencil. The only way to do it was to go outside the box. So don't be afraid to go outside the box. Don't be afraid to think outside the box. Don't be afraid to fail big, to dream big. But remember, dreams without goals are just dreams, and they ultimately fuel disappointment. So have dreams, but have goals. Life goals, yearly goals, monthly goals, daily goals. I try to give myself a goal every day. And understand that to achieve these goals, you must apply discipline and consistency. You have to work at it every day. You have to plan every day. You've heard the saying, we don't plan to fail, we fail to plan. Hard work works. Working really hard is what successful people do. And in this text, tweet, twerk world that you've grown up in, remember, just because you're doing a lot more doesn't mean you're getting a lot more done. Remember that. Just because you're doing a lot more doesn't mean you're getting a lot more done. Don't confuse movement with progress. My mother told me, she said, yeah, because you can run in place all the time and never get anywhere. So continue to strive, continue to have goals, continue to progress. And anything you want good, you can have. So claim it. Work hard to get it. When you get it, reach back. Pull someone else up. Each one, teach one. Don't just aspire to make a living. Aspire to make a difference. I was flunking out of college.
Alright, guys, did you all watch the video?
Yes, sir. Very good.
Yes.
So, who can tell me what the video was about? What was the main gist?
Fail big.
Pardon?
Fail big.
Okay. Feel big. Okay, one of it.
Think out of box.
Think outside the box. Okay.
Plan.
Okay.
Dream must have a goal.
Must have goals. Okay. What
Discipline.
else?
Discipline.
Okay. Do you know this one video summarized whatever Tino taught you in the last class? This one video summarized whatever Tino taught you in the last class because it talks about fail big, do what you feel passionate about, and it also talked about going outside the box, even with your solutions. You know, Chongi spoke about email labeling in terms of the prioritization. Think outside the box. Dreams without goals are just dreams. Make sure you remember that. You can have all the vision, mission, objectives, falsafa, this, that, all you can have. But with no goals and you can't achieve that, it is just a dream or it's just a vision or a mission. You can set goals. He mentioned life goals, yearly goals, monthly goals, daily goals. So that is what you all are going to do in terms of setting up the goals. Remember, for Leong, we had 2 goals, right? That is how you set goals. Because Leong, what we did today is we identified your issues and we came up with solutions, or we either discussed as a group and came up with solutions. You may not have a problem also, but you may have a goal. But sometimes the goal can also be derived from a problem or issue that you're facing. Like now, Leong, what was your 2 goals from morning?
I want to achieve my people meeting and dedicate train up our technicians.
The training, right?
Training with the proper document. Thank you.
Now, I'm going to show you the slide where we talk about the process of goal setting. Remember the SMART that Tino taught, SMART, right? So this is another thing that you will do in the next 20 minutes. Set your goals. It can be personal or professional, either one. It can be personal or professional. Set daily goals. The daily goals will convert to weekly goals. The weekly goals will convert to monthly goals. That's how you set goals. But don't set 200 goals because it's unrealistic. Set maybe 5 or 6 goals, and then based on priority, start achieving according to milestones. So that's how we're going to set the goals based on the SMART technique. Okay? Okay, so now back to the slides, yeah, here. Can you see the slides? So if you look here, this is the SMART way. Yeah.
Sir, I haven't seen the slide.
No.
All right. Now,
Okay.
All right. So this is the SMART. Remember the SMART that Tino mentioned to you all? Okay. So if you look at the SMART, right, it starts with S, which is specific. You need to be specific with your goal. It's not like just train stuff. No, it is in, we'll use Leong's example. He needs to train the technicians, right? So it says here, who, what, where, when, why, and which, right? It needs to be specific. Your goal needs to be specific so you know exactly what you're going to do. It's a process. You need to put some thought into your goals. It is not like, okay, I just want to lose weight. That's all. I want to lose weight, how much weight, why I want to lose weight, how I'm going to lose weight, which gym I'm going to go to, what shoes I'm going to buy, how many shorts and t-shirts I'm going to buy because I want to achieve this goal. All this must be in your goal when you set. This is an example, right? So who is involved? In Leong's case, the technicians. What do you want to accomplish? I want to upskill the technician. What do you want to upskill in? So you need to derive what you want to upskill the technicians in, what knowledge. Maybe you put point form. Okay, I want to get them to have knowledge on this, that line, production line, this and that. Example. Okay, where will it be done? Where will you train them? Where will you train them? Will you do it in a training room, a meeting room? Would you do it offsite, maybe in a restaurant? You have to specify because it's a goal. You need to achieve it. So you need to specify everything that you're going to do in relation to the goal. Why are you doing this? Why are you upskilling the technician? One, so that they become not reluctant, so that they are more confident doing the job, right? And you're training them so that they're upskilled, they're developed, they don't come to you. You get to delegate, you trust them more, and they're more confident with their work. And their performance increase, their efficiency increase, their productivity increase. All this must be specified in your goal. You know why? When you take your paper and you read your goal, right? Everything is detailed there. So anyone who reads that goal will know, okay, Leong definitely can achieve this because he knows what he's going to do. And until and unless you write this down, you won't know how to do it. Because a lot of us like to just write 1 line, 2 line. Yeah, I know how to do. But when you don't specify according to this, right, you will never be able to do it. Take a picture of this, guys, when you're setting your goals. Take a picture now. I will leave the slide on for the next 20 minutes. And it must, okay, these goals, next thing, once it's specific, it needs to be measurable. How do you track progress? How do you track progress? So, Leong, if you're going to train someone, like now we are training you, you remember that day we did an assessment. We did an assessment. Assessments are used to track where am I now? After the training, I do another assessment. Do they know or not? So you can do an assessment. Measurable, it must be measurable. That means when I start, how much knowledge I have versus after the training, how much knowledge I have. Is it increased or not? It must be measurable. Your goal must be measurable. So for me, if I said like just now, I want to lose weight, my goal is measurable or not? Yes. Now I am this many kg. After I try to progress, how many kgs am I? I can measure what the difference. Your goal must be measurable. Okay. And then we move to A, which is attainable. How are you going to attain this? So Leong, in your case, how are you going to train them? Are you going to train them? Are you going to get someone else to train them? Is it a way, is this goal achievable during work hours, after work hours? And then, I mean, it's easy to train them, but when are you going to train them? So is it attainable? Your goal must be attainable. Like if you say, okay, in 1 month's time, I want to earn 200 million. Is it attainable? Not so, it must be realistic or relevant, which is the R. And is the goal worthwhile? Will it meet your needs? In Leong's case, because he want to train the staff, it's worthwhile because it will decrease his workload. He get to focus on more high priority work tasks. So it is worthwhile and it meets your needs or not. Yes, because your technicians are upskilled with knowledge, they get to increase the production as well, right? And timely. Every goal must have a timeline. How long is it going to take you, Leong? How long are you going to take to execute this goal of upskilling your technician? How long? 1 month? Half a month? 2 months? You must have a timeline. And your timeline, you must break it down. In first 2 weeks, what I will do. The next 2 weeks, what am I going to do? Guys, can I get feedback from you all? Do you all understand how this SMART works or not based on what is written here? Anyone? Guys? Anyone besides Leon? Because I used this example. So anyone else, you all understand what SMART means or not? Your goal has to be specific. It needs to have this. It needs to be measurable. From the start to the end, can I measure what is the difference of result? It must be attainable. You talk about 200 million in 1 month, seems like a far-fetched. So your goal must be realistic or relevant. And then you must have a timeline. In 1 month, I want to achieve. In 1 year, I want to achieve. In 6 months, I want to achieve. Everyone good? They understand this?
Yes.
Okay. Wait. All right. So now for the last activity for today, before we all go, please set these goals, personal and professional. I remember that we did this in the last class, but according to this, I will go back to this slide after this, but please set at least 2 personal goals and 2 professional goals. At least. And then I will collect them in the class when we come on the 23rd. Please be very specific. 2 personal, 2 professional, according to this. SMART. We will end the class at 1. So you take time till 1 because you need to be specific with your goal, measurable, attainable, relevant or realistic and timely. Guys, so can I get a shout of voices? Everyone understands this? 2 personal goals, 2 professional goals.
Yes.
Yes.
2 personal, 2 professional. Write it down, write your names on the top. We will collect it on the. But we will start doing it now. Maybe some of you, after 15 minutes, you can just share how you have written one of the goals in this. Try to write one. Try to write one, and then we will go through as a group and see whether everyone's on the right track or not. And guys, make sure these goals are significant, guys. Whether it's professional or personal, make sure it's significant. Significant to you. All right, guys? All right, so we'll take that time. This is the last exercise for the day. Guys, just checking in. Anyone done with their goal setting who would like to share, or you need a bit more time? We'll just do like 2 or 3 examples before we adjourn.
Okay. Hi, sir.
Hi guys, everyone there?
Hi, sir.
Yeah, Leon, just 1 second.
Okay.
Everyone?
Uh,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, go ahead, Leon.
okay. I think I give one example first.
Okay.
Like just now, your guardian train up our test technician. Example through the smart
Yep, yep.
smart.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe I list down example 7. Currently I have 7 technicians, and then of course need to list down their name, and then what I want to upgrade them. For example, ICT and functional tester. ICT we also have 3 tech. We list down the 3 tech, and then functional tester maybe we also have put in the customer name. For example, 3 customer name, and then we focus on the three top high downtime tester. So from that 3 top downtime tester, we do the measurement. That means maybe example last time always down more than 3 hours per week. Then we set the target. After improvement should example less than 30 minutes per week. Example, and then training schedule, maybe can schedule on every Friday after 4 to 6 example, and then focus for these 3 top high downtime failure in maybe 1 month should complete this training.
Okay.
I don't know, correct?
Correct. So I only got one feedback is
Yeah.
planning you want to have it on Friday 4 to 6, something like that. You must check
Yes.
whether you must check with the participants first. You must check
Yes.
when they prefer, or when is it convenient, or when is it like everyone is available.
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
Or maybe have difficulty, then I have to split to maybe two
Correct.
batch, something
Exactly.
like
So
that.
the first thing you do is you find out the availability, and
That
only so this is where the attainable comes in, whether it
yeah.
can be done or not. So you have to check the availability.
Yeah, sure.
And how
Yeah,
long
sure.
is the timeline for this goal?
I target between 1 month for this top 3 high downtime tester.
1 month
Uh,
starting and
okay. Yeah. So start on next Friday.
so
Uh,
start
uh, uh,
beginning next Friday. So before next Friday, you will get their availability, talk to them, tell
yes.
all the okay.
Yes.
All right. So
Yes.
all the best to you. Just make these changes to your goal.
Yeah.
But yes, you need to be this specific and write down all this so that you know exactly what you're going to do in your goal.
All right, sir.
Right.
Thank you,
Next,
sir.
thank you, Leon. Thank you. Good job.
All
Anyone
right.
else care to share for the learning purpose of the group? Anyone else care to share? Hello, hello.
Hello, Rachel.
Yes, Sachin.
Okay, I would like to share one of my personal goals, so which is I'm targeting for so long. So number
But
one
I can't
is
hear you, Sachin. Not clear.
hold on,
Yeah.
can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
clear.
better.
Okay, so I would like to share one of my personal goals,
Uh-huh.
so which is to create a work-life balance.
Okay. So that's your goal. Okay. Now, how are you going to break it down specifically?
Yeah, so normally everyone would like to go back on time and then come to work, very peacefully and go back, right? Spend time with the family, but sometimes it never happens. So one is really is a time management for me. For me, I'm quite bad in the time management.
Okay.
So now I'm going to have to set a schedule so it can help to make my time management more better. Then I can balance between my work and also personal life.
Okay, so that's the only thing you have written for this goal. Hello?
You mean the work-life balance?
Yeah, so for this goal, that's the only thing you have written.
Yes, yes, so far, yes.
Okay, we go again according to the process. You see
Yeah,
specific, right?
yeah, specific,
Under
correct.
specific. So define the goal as much as possible. Okay. So who is involved? It's only you. So you're talking about work-life balance. It only involves you, right?
Yeah, correct.
Or does it involve other people as well, family?
Yeah, of course, my family members.
Yes. So all this needs to be included there. So who is involved? It's you and your family, lah.
Yeah.
And you can further break down talking whether wife, children, or whether it's parents or whether it's siblings. You have to further break it down.
Okay.
What do you want to accomplish? You want to accomplish work-life balance, but for what? For what? What are you trying to accomplish? Like you want more time to spend more time going out, or you want to spend more time at home, you want to spend more time with them, you want to take them to the mall or go out. You have to be very specific.
Okay.
Okay, where will it be done? Like, okay, so I want to only work working hours, or I'll come earlier to work so that I can leave earlier. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Example. All right, why are you doing this? What's the reason?
The reason is if we don't have the life balance between work and personal life, we need to sacrifice something. In long term
Okay.
run, we might be sacrifice maybe our family or our work.
No, okay,
And
but what is your purpose of wanting to strike this work-life balance? What's the purpose? So you can spend more time.
yeah, obviously.
All right. So, okay. So what is the current constraint that you have? You're not telling us what is the current constraint. That was not specified.
Yeah, because my current person is sometimes because I'm working 7/7, so sometimes I need to do reporting. Sometimes I go back late about
Correct.
7:30, 8 o'clock. So the one sometimes in my personal life I cannot avoid that happen because sometimes for
Okay. So
emergency
what
that
is
the
your
loss.
solution for that? That also needs to be specific.
Yeah,
Specific.
my solution is my time management. So how to
Okay.
make my time management more better so that I
Right.
can complete my report earlier.
And how do you track the progress and measure this outcome? Whether you can leave earlier or not.
Sorry again.
How do you measure now? Now you want to strike work-life balance.
Yeah.
That means how do you measure according to timing, right? That means
Yes.
now you're leaving late.
Mm.
Over the next few weeks, can you leave earlier or not? That's how you will measure.
Yes, obviously. Compared to last week, this week I'm going back a bit earlier. So I'm
Okay.
trying to
And what did you do differently because of?
okay, for all the data I need for the report, I try to collect time to time rather than I try to collect in the end of the day.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So all this, right? Document it, write it down because this is your goal and this is how you're achieving the goal.
Yeah.
So that when you look at this entire thing that you wrote for one goal, I know it's a lot, but you need to be specific so that you know what you're doing at the end of the day.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then now, is it attainable? Yes, it's a reasonable goal. It's attainable because you're only decreasing the amount of time that you spend, maybe wastage or
Yeah.
time, wasting time,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's attainable. Is it relevant? Is the goal worthwhile? Yes, because you get to spend more time with your family, you're happy, you're more productive,
Yes.
correct? Okay, but what is the timeline attached to this goal? Like in how many weeks you expect to see how much change?
Uh, I cannot promise on weekly. Maybe I take about 3 months. My timeline is 3 months.
3 months to reach what amount of result? You must
Okay.
specify.
Yeah. So in within 3 months, I need to
Mhm.
get back to. I need to go back on time to
Okay.
make sure I spend time with my family, and
Okay.
also I need to come on time on for work and then fulfill all my expectation given by my superior.
Okay, so when you say on time and all that, specify the times and all that, and then how much you want to get done, and how how early you want to go home, how late you want to go home, and within 3 months I will achieve this according to this, and I will get this much work done. What is the work?
Okay.
So guys, this goes to everyone. Follow this thing. The current slides, right? Basically, I just asked him all the questions here one by one, and then I moved up to down, and then left to right. And then you just write down, you just answer those questions only that is written here, and you will come up with a comprehensive goal, and it will have a timeline attached to it. We will just track according to what you have put. So don't take a timeline that's 1 year long, because our program only lasts for 6 months. Give yourself goals that, like maybe in the next 2-3 months you can achieve. Then we can at least track and see whether, okay, yes, you're doing it on the right track, you're going on the right track, and you're going, doing the right thing. So guys, everyone, you understand based on the two examples that we just gave, can you guys come up with two personal goals, two professional goals, comprehensively write it down, and then 23rd we will collect from you, write your names on the top. Is that possible, everyone?
Can.
Yes, sir.
Two personal, two professional. Can?
Can.
Yes, sir.
How about the rest? I only hear two people saying yes.
Yes. Can.
Yes. Okay, sure.
Okay.
Correct.
Excuse Roshan.
Yeah.
Can you share this slide to us through email?
I will send it to HR and I'll ask them to send it up.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Perfect.
All right. So wait, 1 second. Let me check with the my colleague whether we need to take another picture. So kindly, all of you, just on your cameras before we leave. Hold on, Next picture. Now, you need to take another picture. Just take it. Yes, yeah. Yeah, before we leave, so guys, yes, as promised, I will send the deck to HR. So kindly have Nolisa, I only can see one part of your face. I think you need to move this side a bit. Stop sharing. I'll stop sharing. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to take a photo. And go. Done. Okay. Done. And okay, thank you guys so much for sharing. I really wish all of you learned something today from each other. That's the whole objective of why we do this group reflective learning. I sure learned a lot more about what you're doing on the job, and now how does it connect to what we are teaching you all. I really wish each of you learned from each other as well. Continue doing what you're doing. If you need to improve some places, what you've learned from today from each other, implement that as well. 23rd, we will see you for more sharing from you as well during the class. We will teach you different and a more different knowledge. It's creative and analytical thinking where it comes to problem solving and stuff like that. That's the next class, creative and analytical thinking. We will see you at that class. We'll come up with more creative ways to solve your problems. What tools you can implement, based on what you're already doing. Now it's just giving you more tools. Okay?
All right, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
I'll see you on the
Okay.
23rd.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
you.